All right, we'll get started here. So, people seem to like the format of us just kind of going through and taking notes and looking at some of the different jobs that are out there and some of the tasks. So, we will do that a little bit. We'll look for Linux admins in my area, right, Phoenix area, but you guys can do it locally to your area. And we can just see what's out there, see what's some of the things that people are looking for. We looked at some of these the other day. Actually, we could even look at a different job site, but let's look at some of these. So this is the one I actually mentioned. I've done some work with these guys, but they wanted you to have a certain set of skills, so we could pull these up and go look. So we looked for Linux admin. That was the tasks that we did. Looking for hot Linux, single Linux admins. Yeah. Here's one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not single. I got a wife. She wouldn't like me saying I was single. Get in trouble. Linux admin. So right here we go, and I meant to pop myself up earlier, but that's kind of funny. So let's go look. So we looked up Linux admin, and then we said HPC engineer or system admin. That's what they want. So let's go look at what they're looking at for this. What do they think that we need to know here? So they want us to be able to. Okay, there's some stuff there. So we need to have system admin skills. So system admin skills. And what's the main system admin skill? Keep the system running. Uptime is like the major thing that we care about as systems administrators, and any operations role that you're going to find yourself in your career, you need to think about uptime. Uptime is the most important thing. Monitoring. They want you to understand monitoring. And I would say modern monitoring is based on, I would say microservices, but it's more of like a component chain, or like you could think of it as microservices, but we don't just take Nagios or one of these big services and drop it in and do everything with it anymore. We tend to have some tool over here doing all the collection, some tool over here doing all of the time series databasing or the storing, and then some tool over here doing all of the presenting of it. And for us, most of the time, that is something like Telegraph. So collection is Telegraph, or a huge one is Node Exporter, right? And then the Beats, all the Beats programs, and then storage is Influx DB, or the huge one is Prometheus, right? You can use Prometheus for anything you want, right? Collection. Yeah, the thing about cloud native monitoring is you won't see a lot of that in HPC, because HPC is almost always on site. High performance compute, the workloads up into the cloud, we haven't been able to get the same speed, or one, the same speed, because the backend networking is never as fast, and two, the same value. So I've never played with Victoria metrics. And then presentation, and that's almost always Grafana. But Kibana is also a good note. People use Kibana for some of this as well. Those are some of the things. And by the way, I mentioned this the other day. I've actually worked this exact program right here with NOAA WCOS2 that GDIT is running. My company was the sub on this, so I actually built all of the system that they're talking about here. So I still work with NOAA. I still have one of their contractor cards. So develop and implementing tools for cluster admin. So and a lot of that is working with the tools that are already there. So XCAT. This tends to be XCAT or HPCM. And then what are some other ones? Warewulf. they are using HPCM there. So at least in their version, whoops, their version of this. What else? What else? They want you to be able to provide technical support. Okay, so that's like answering questions and stuff. NOAA or NASA would be really cool contracts to be on. I don't know how many of my other federal experience carries over. Yeah. Yeah, actually, you know, it's funny. I've worked with NOAA. I'm still on the NOAA project, but I don't do much with them now unless they really need me. Mostly troubleshooting some of my old Ansible stuff that I wrote for them. I said Ansible, not Alliance. Man, my chat. Okay. Off. So you got to be able to take on call, right? I mean, on call. While you're in your administrator and engineering years, you're going to be doing on-call. I've not gotten away from on-call in all my years of doing this, so you can get away from it if you go up to architect level typically, but I don't know. I always felt like that would get me out of hands-on as much, so I like kind of being down in the system more. Oh, this is a big one. Working with vendors. This is big, man. Like I tell people, working with vendors is all about, in my mind, never leaving a question unanswered. So what I mean by that is, when you work with people outside of your organization, I don't know how to put this, except it's almost like you're both playing hot potato to make sure it's not on your plate. But if I'm ever working with an outside vendor and I know that like somebody doesn't, I mean they're just dragging their feet on like getting something done or like a trouble ticket or something, the one thing that I 100% make sure is that there's never a question that's left unanswered. So if I get an email that says, "Hey, somebody updated a trouble ticket with a question," I go and I find that information immediately and I drop it into a trouble ticket. How long did it stay on my plate? 10 minutes. Why is that? Because everything that they do is also based on metrics. And now I put the timer back on them. It's almost like, you ever see people play chess and they hit that little button and now the timer's on you until you do your move and you hit the button and then the timer's on me? It's the same kind of idea. You don't leave shit in your queue. Because if you do that, if they ask you a question, even just the simplest little question on a trouble ticket or something when you're working with a vendor, and you don't answer it for 2 weeks, and then somebody up higher from you goes, "Hey, why isn't that getting done?" And you go, "Yeah, why isn't that getting done?" You ask them in a meeting, they'll pull it up and they'll go, "Oh, well, we asked you this 3 weeks ago and you didn't tell us." And then you're just sitting there going, "Motherfuckers." And, and I like how my CC won't say that. Anyways, so my point is, don't leave questions unanswered with your vendors. All right. So, yeah, you got to work with subcontractors. So working with vendors, working with subcontractors. That sometimes looks like babysitting. Oh, man. All right. I'm a little congested here. This one wants you working on site, even if it's not all the time. But in this case, it's in Manassas, and that's out in Virginia. Yeah, fisherman, I probably spent last night the most sick I've ever felt in my life. I got done streaming. What were we doing? We were doing something. We were hanging out, and the wife was coming home, and I laid down on the little, I got a little thing sitting behind me here, a little beanbag chair. I just pulled a blanket up over me, and I could not get warm. And then I basically spent the whole night in like a flop sweat, man. I was just sweating and I couldn't. And actually, I was so feverish. My wife took my temperature and she goes, "If you're over 104, we're going to the hospital." And I was only 101.5. But I told her, I was like, I couldn't even move, man. I was in the most pain. So yeah, and then this just started kind of today. But real quick, I just did the recording for Unit 9. It only took like 35 minutes, 40 minutes or so. Unit 9 was a little shorter, but then Unit 10 is going to pick up a lot of the same stuff and kind of go a little further. No, but it's amazing. Fisherman, you missed it, man. If you weren't here earlier, you missed it, man. It's like I'm recording stuff, and it's like I know you can't do this as a streamer or really as anybody, but you know, you're sitting here and somebody's like, "Why don't you fucking do it this way?" And you're like, "Well, fucking when you build it, you can build it however the fuck you want, buddy." I feel like that every fucking time, man. You can't go live, you can't do anything without somebody being like, "Well, why don't you do it this way?" And I'm like, "Look, man, I like doing it the way that I do it better the way that you don't do it." You know? So it's an old quote I heard from somebody and I always liked it. But it's like, I like the way I do it better than the way that you don't do it. You know? But I don't know. Anyways, so people always got to have an opinion about stuff, but but nobody wants to sit down and do the work to get there. So anyways, all right, I'll stop being so mad about stuff. I'm probably just cranky because I literally was so sore I couldn't move last night. So, planning future upgrades. This one's a big one. There, a lot of times, you have to build matrices, so matrixed upgrades. So, there's an old game. Let me show you guys this game. What's the name of that game? Sticks, Falling Marbles. There was this game. It was called Kerplunk. Did any of you guys ever hear of Kerplunk? This was big when I was a kid. But Kerplunk looked like this. You had all these little sticks that went through, and you would pull them out. And then when somebody finally pulled the wrong one, all the marbles would fall. Like when you finally had enough space, right? And this right here is like how I think of upgrades in like a matrixed environment. And what do I mean by that? Well, what it is you've got to move everything together in your organization, or everything breaks and all the marbles fall. So it's almost like you're using a bunch of sticks to like carry a plate out to somebody's table or something. If you were like a waiter or something, and if the sticks fall apart, everything falls. Where I'm going with that is you'll be doing. So let me show you guys like upgrade. Let's look at like OFED. OFED is a very common. OFED is the Mellanox drivers for like your Linux systems. So sometimes you'll come in here and you'll be looking at, let's see if they have, so here's a configuration tool. Let's see if this has it. And you're like, okay, well, let's see. All right, this is a little bit different set of topics, but that's about the hardware. What I'm talking about here is more. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It all starts with the operating system, by the way, too. So, let's say you're at like a Red Hat 9, and then you have to go to a certain version of OFED driver, and that OFED driver will be able to work within your system. But then you have GPFS, which is maybe your back-end storage, and that GPFS can only work with certain versions of things as well. So now you need to make sure that they're all updated and moving forward at the exact same time, and that's what matrixed upgrades are. And it becomes extremely complex because there's a lot of different. So what I always do is I build a table, and then the table says where I can go with all of my different things. And there's actually pretty good tools. I don't know why OFED didn't have it here. Oracle might have one too. So this is how to upgrade. You can't just run commands, I assure you that, or you'll break everything. HPE might have some tools around it, but typically what you'll do is you'll go and you'll figure out where we're at and what has to upgrade and what the order of the upgrades are, so that we don't brick the whole cluster. So so this is a museum. Yeah. So then you come in here and you start to figure out, okay, I'm on ConnectX 4 cards. Those are old. Most of the people are up on like ConnectX 7. This one only goes up to 6, probably for their hardware and what they validated, right? The newer clusters I'm building are on ConnectX 7 cards. And then here's the cards and here's the versions. So now you got to get the firmware to the right version. So that's another thing to add to your matrix. And then you got to plan the order of how you're going to do it. Are you going to roll through and keep the cluster up, or are you going to take cluster downtime? There's a tremendous amount of work as an engineer that goes into planning upgrades. It might not seem like it. You might think your engineers aren't doing much, but if they're upgrading things in a cluster without breaking shit, there's a lot of thought that goes into that, because there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of different things that are not. There's no validation besides here that they work together. So you got to go prove it. You got to go fix that stuff yourself, prove it yourself. All right. They want you to work with these tools. So here's the tools. Let's see. They want you to know how to work with XCAT, HPCM, and Bright. Bright's a pretty cool little cluster. That's a pretty good one. I didn't put that up here. I've done some Bright clusters recently for Stigging. That's pretty interesting stuff. Look, this is the same stuff that you kind of want to know how to do in general. So you need to understand some cluster management stuff. If you don't have that experience yet, you know, you're doing just Linux stuff, but you're like, I've never seen this HPC stuff. Well, then you focus on what you can. Do I know Ansible? Could I learn Ansible better? Yes. Could I use Red Hat now, or do I use Red Hat now? Yes. So you're not getting this checkbox, but you're getting these other ones. Maybe you've never used PBS Pro. They don't use PBS Pro in this cluster. I don't know why they're asking for that. They use Slurm, but so there's that. They use Lustre, but then also you need to understand NFS. So maybe you've never used Lustre, but you have used NFS. So now you can put that down. Interconnect, maybe you don't know InfiniBand too well, but you know Ethernet, and that helps out. InfiniBand's just a few extra commands that you need to learn, like IB-stat, IB-status. It's the same basic thing when you look at the box. Can you learn Bash and Perl and Python before you go in there? Sure. You need to have some strong writing skills. This is always true. They want you to be able to write up technical docs, system procedures, and user wikis. That's always important. You got to be able to work as part of a team. You got to understand service level agreements, so I think that's always important. You need to understand air and liquid cooling. That's an all liquid cooled system. And then you got to understand how to maintain and repair HPC servers hardware. Now this one's an on-site, so they probably do actually have you go in and then there and checking out and watching stuff. And they have a pretty decent little salary range for it. It's not terrible. For what it is, that's a pretty good little salary range. But they do want you to have at least 10 years of experience for this one. So some of these ones, you know, some of these ones are a little more advanced as we go look at them. All right, so let's pop that one out of there. Let's go, whoops. Let's go look at another one. We're just looking at jobs, guys. We're not working too hard, but just looking at what might be there for Linux systems administrators. You'll also find, if you put in Linux admin, you get everything that has the word Linux somewhere in it, which I think is stupid. I don't want to be a manager, right? I don't want to be a program manager, but it probably says Linux somewhere in there, so that's just silliness. Software engineer, Linux desktop. Golang on the Linux side, that's kind of a little network software. Oh, embedded and desktop Linux systems engineer optimization. That might be fun. Yeah, it's all canonical, right? And canonical is not local to Phoenix, I don't think. So that's why I think it's interesting that I'm finding them in Phoenix. I'm pretty sure canonical is up in Utah. But if they have remote jobs, then it should be good. Is it 90%? It should be. I mean, right? Like, I should be able to do this shit from anywhere. This is globally remote role. Nice. This is kind of... Let's go look at this one. This one might be fun. This is what your day will look like. Design and implement the best Ubuntu integration for the latest IoT and server class hardware platforms and SaaS software stacks. So, so you may be... So some of the skills here might be test... Or so this will be... Hold on. This is... what was this? Embedded. Oh, sorry guys. Oh man. Oh, damn. So what do they want you to do? They want you to be able to do integration and testing automated. So what you might do if you were wanting to talk to them, like you're going to go in and talk to them about this, obviously, and they're going to say, well, what's the time that you've done an integration or did some regression testing or something? You go, well, I've developed maybe a playbook, like an Ansible playbook that I run, where every time I deploy a new node, I do this same thing against it to make sure that all of my stuff works. If anything doesn't work, then I go and I figure out why, and it helps me to very rapidly change, or figure out what's broken with a test. Now, you might not have ever thought of this, right? You might never have thought that, hey, I built a playbook and it works on all these nodes, and then when I go to a new version of the node, I run that playbook, and the playbook works or doesn't work. That's technically a regression test. Now you might say, "Oh, that doesn't sound like a regression test." It is a regression test. It's what still works from before on the platform. It's a platform regression test. It's not a tool or an application regression test, but it is a regression test. Does this thing work back with all the old versions of things? So, Sammy said, "Where should I start on the YouTube channel?" Actually, the best place to start, I think, is in the Discord. We got a little section in the Discord called Beginner Start here. So let me go post that there. If you guys were to hop on the Discord, it drops you in on welcome, and I think the best place is to go to Beginner Start here, and there's a YouTube list for this is like beginner Linux stuff. And then there's a Linux Systems Administration course that we're running. And we just recorded lesson 9 today. So we've done 1 through 9 now of this. We meet live on Saturdays. So we had about 25 people yesterday. Huge drop off. We had 210 people say they were coming, but we're down to only about 25 or so. And then you go into Prolog projects, and this is where you find all the project pieces here. Is where you find all the different stuff going on. So, yep, and then you can ask the bot stuff and all that kind of stuff too. All right, now this is one of the things. By the way, I don't know if Fisherman's still here, but whenever people tell me, they're like, "Oh man, I think you'd be really good at this," it's almost always. So I don't want to call Fisherman out, but we should give a shout out to Fisherman if any of my mods are here. Fisherman's great. But here's the thing. Him and other people are always like, "Scott, I think you'd be great in this role where you work with others," right? I work fine with others. Don't get me wrong. I just work best by myself, in a bubble. I don't if I have to work so solutions architect roles, right, where you're working with a bunch of cool teams and you're reaching out and responding to stuff like that. That's not the way I work best. Could I do that? Yeah, but that would feel like I was young again doing all that stuff. I work best when I just sit down and chew on engineering problems. But anyways, I was just gonna say, this one says you're gonna be working with engineers. So this is a good thing to know about yourself. Work with other teams, and the reason or customers. With customers, you have to respond in a certain time. It's the same thing with my college students. I got to respond to them within a certain time. I got to do these different things, and I just try to stay away from working directly with customers, unless it's training, where I can just be in charge of the thing or whatever. That's not too bad. But can I do it? Sure. Is that really where I want to be? No. I try to stay away from it. Look, this next one. It's technical plans. That's probably going to be upgrade paths. They want you to have, so this is all going to be part of this. And then it's testing strategy. Are we going to have a rollout strategy? This is a desktop engineer. So if we are going to roll out a new set of desktops, how are we going to test them? Are we going to test them to 10% of the base or the engineers that we're using? We don't want to take them down. We don't want to break their stuff. And then how do we keep track of it all? Quality metrics. How do we determine that something won or something was good? Nice strike. Four hands on the keyboard faster. Yeah, hopefully the Discord's useful to you guys. We got a lot of good stuff up there. Lots of people in there hanging out and talking and working on stuff. So, what's this next one? Work with customers. This is still more with the customers, but it's technical lead. Architectures. And this is cloud to edge. Right? So do all that stuff. This is another one. So integrate apps to the desktop platform. And then that last one's just a little bit of a blurb. But let's see what they kind of want. They want you to have a bachelor's degree, but that's always, you can always work around those. So I'm just gonna call you Fate. Fate. There's entry level jobs. A lot of these ones I'm finding here though are definitely not entry level. A lot of the stuff that I try to, maybe we need to back up on some of this and look at just like I'll go find some entry level jobs, but a lot of this stuff they still want you to know some of these basic things. Like you still need to understand how to install packages, and you still need to know your networking. So like the basics are always still there. You need to know some graphics stacks. Well, that makes sense if you're a database thing. So yeah, I mean, some of these, they're just trying to make catch-alls. They're just trying to find somebody who can do everything, right? And that's kind of a big thing for admins. So anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, there are entry-level jobs, but you just got to figure out how to fall into them. Sometimes it's called a NOC analyst. Sometimes it's called a SOC analyst. Sometimes it's called a help desk role. But at the end of the day, you're getting into somewhere that you can move up to one of these. You want to make sure the company that you're going to work for has Linux, and then you want to keep making sure that you're building those skills up and looking for this stuff. A lot of times when people hire Linux engineers or Linux administrators, they really just want somebody that can read the manual and figure shit out. And you just happen to be able to do it at a command line, you know? Yeah, that's how I would get in. That's how I would tell you to do it. So that's another thing too. Like some people, you can fall into these roles without a degree, but sometimes it's easier with a degree. But not everybody can go spend time getting a degree. So that's why our courses in the Discord are very much designed for just getting you guys doing this, just getting your hands on the keyboard, right? We've got a whole bunch of labs that are free up in Killer Coda. These will just get you hands-on, touching the system. There's all kinds of free labs. Every lab in Killer Coda is free, but ours are down here. There's also links to them, and then they'll just get you touching Linux, building Apache and doing different stuff, and then we've got some Ansible for automation and that kind of stuff, right? Come from web dev, used to perform health checks on Linux servers. So yeah, any of that stuff is good. Testing of systems and understanding how to do like a test methodology is huge. Monitoring things is huge. Being able to look at data and figure out what's going on with the system, all of that stuff is valuable. So let's see if we can find a more entry level one of these. Let's go over here, Linux admin. Let's say Linux Let's try Linux sysadmin. And let's see, man, look, these are not. Let's see. All right. What do they want us to know? Well, I mean that's pretty. I mean Linux is that's a big bucket, right? They want you to know some shell scripting. They want you to understand. So they want a Linux engineer, but it looks like they kind of want you to also be like a little bit of a dev, because SQL is obviously your database backend stuff, and then message queue, IBM MQ, any of those things that are pushing message passing. Those are more dev type things that you're going to run into. I don't think you're going to find anybody in the Linux world that has this. Knowledge and troubleshooting law enforcement critical systems. But it looks like they want you to be able to do a lot of SQL. So they're almost looking for like a data analyst, it looks like, as opposed to, what did they call this? IT analyst. Okay. But they have Linux in the name, that's why it popped up. So I would probably say that's less of what we would want to do if we were doing all Linux stuff. A lot of DevOps stuff comes up with Linux. We could look at one of these other ones. Give me a second, I'll read that here. Let's see. Data center tech. Sometimes these have Linux components to them. They got a bunch of jobs. Let's go see if any of these are any good. All right. Well, I got to sneeze again, and then I'll try to answer that question. Oh, man. All right, hold on. Let me look at this question. Question was, spent 10 years in the tech support roles for vendors, pretty much in enterprise class products, servers, storage, connectivity, supporting solving hardware issues with deep dive in the hardware vendor product, with little basic knowledge in virtualization, sysadmin, storage, connectivity. Been experienced on the software side of things, but was pretty interested in Linux for a long time, and recently decided to start your journey by going for an RHCSA. Nice. We got a lot of guys doing their RHCSA right now. Then I found out that the whole market changed with automation and orchestration. I feel I will never catch up. Well, so I think that, let me hopefully answer that. Knowing the basics of Linux isn't going to hurt you in any way across the board, and I'll explain why here in a second. But you getting the Linux basics, huge. Like it's going to be valuable for you. The automation part is really just to make yourself more efficient in the things that you learn as the basics. So like I can't do any Ansible automation until I understand the basics of what I'm trying to do. Like if I can't copy a file from here to 4 other servers, then I can't understand how to do a copy with Ansible, because I don't even understand why I'm copying things and then deploying things and all that kind of stuff, if that makes sense. So you need to understand the basics anyway, so just study and learn that stuff. And then I want to back up and say, when I was working at NOAA, when I first started there, I was 39 at the time. And I remember I was the youngest guy on my team by about 15 years. So most everybody on that team, if you average them across, was probably about in their mid-50s. And they were still doing the same Linux, Unix stuff that they had been doing for like 40 years. Some of those guys had been doing Unix and Linux. Linux started in the 90s, but Unix for 40 years. And they were doing the same stuff they had done since they were younger. So I don't see that part of it changing or going away either. I know everybody's talking about like, this AI is going to come in and the AI is going to do all your stuff, and we're not going to need sysadmins anymore. And I'm like, well, that's fine until, because like the bot can go check all the error codes the same way I can, but then when something deviates off of that, it's just not, it doesn't work like that. So anyways, my point is, I do think getting your RHCSA is still very valuable if you want to do a cert in the Linux world, and then the automation orchestration is something that you kind of learn as you go as well. So you feel you'll never catch up, but I don't think that's an issue. Just I would get started, get my hands on the system every day, make sure I understand kind of what's going on. So, all right. I don't see a lot of stuff in here that's great for kind of what. Let's go like Monster. I haven't been to Monster in years. Let's go to Monster. Let's look up Linux. And we'll go in Glendale, Arizona, sure. Maybe we should do Unix Linux. Okay, sure. You can have all your cookies. Let's see if any of these ones are any good. HPC, DevOps, all the same stuff. These are the same jobs from the other one. Network engineer. Hadoop. Hadoop's a very specialized type of Linux deployment if you're on. Oh, maybe we got a Linux admin one. Fisherman, you said you came to a shocking realization in the gaming Discord channel. What happened? What happened down there? Is nobody any good at Brotato? You're the best one at Brotato? I don't know. Do I gotta look it up now to see? Yeah, there's probably not a lot of people playing Brotato, I would imagine. I think Baru's probably playing Brotato. That's BAHROO, Admiral. Alright, oh, let's see. Is this one going to be heavily... Oh, they want you to know Veritas. That's funny. Alright. 8 years. This is an 8-year role. They want you to have some time in. But at the end of the day, man, like they want you to know the TCP/IP, bind, LDAP. These are like the basic tools. They want you to know send mail, how to send, use your send mail programs, which typically is like some kind of postfix or something instead of send mail. NTP, TCP/IP, FCIP. That fiber channel, I don't even know what that is. Unless they mean I don't even know what that means, FCIP. iSCSI, SAN, NAS. I feel like that's a made-up acronym right there. But, no, on our Discord channel, not Twitch. Let me go check. Hold on. What's going on in Discord? Slowly dying over here. You guys are helping it go along faster. Yeah, this is not an entry level position here. But all right, since we're not getting good entry level stuff here, let's go look at a Linux one. Linux engineer. Let's see what they want as an engineer. I'm not gonna do that just to look at a damn job. What? Oh, I don't want to apply. I just want to look at the job. That's it. Okay. All right. They want you to have a bunch of networking background. That's not that bad, but that's stuff that you'd have to go study. Private public cloud, Docker containers. Yeah, this is pretty. They want you to have Linux. All right. Well, let's do some Linux. Since we can't find anybody that's being serious about doing Linux, let's just go do some Linux stuff. Do some basic Linux stuff. Fiber channel over IP. Yeah, that's normally... I've only ever seen FCOE. I've never seen FCOIP. That's weird. I've never seen that. I've never seen that type of acronym like that before. All right, let's where do we want to start? We don't have to start at the very beginning. We always start at the very beginning. So we'll start a little further down. We'll do some security stuff. Let's start with a base, like understanding how your server starts up. So I'm going to link this to you guys. If anybody wants to follow along and do this lab with me, you can. It doesn't cost anything. It's killer coda. Gets you hands-on experience. We'll talk about some of the stuff. Hopefully make some of the stuff make sense for you. So you're a new system administrator at a company. You've been tasked with the process of building out new servers. So maybe you picked up a role that a engineer didn't want to do anymore. Maybe you're trying to figure out what's happening with a set of servers that are booting up wrong. There's a lot of reasons that you could be trying to figure out how your systems are booting and what's going on. So in this example, though, I said you've been tasked with the process of building out new servers. So you're going to go back and examine what is happening in our environment now. Now, that's not always what you want to do. Like, I could come to a company, like I could come in as a consultant and somebody could say, hey, you know, our build process is a fucking mess. Could you just implement a good build process? I might look at their build process for 5 minutes and go, all right, we're starting over with mine, right? And that's fine. That's fine. Atticus. Yeah, Senpai. Yep. I told you guys about the Senpai Kohai thing, right? But I don't think I ever actually explained it to you, did I, Atticus? All right, real quick. Earlier I recorded Unit 9 for Linux Systems Administration, so if anybody wants to go, if anybody came in late, that's already been recorded. But the Senpai Kohai thing happened like this. I used to go on Reddit, and I don't really go on Reddit much anymore. It's just such a garbage place, right? But there's jiu-jitsu forums for Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and somebody was on there, and they were like, I can't get this choke to work. I've been doing it for 2 whole weeks. And I came on there and said, look, man, the reason you're getting all this, like, people were just starching this dude, like, just like, man, you're fucking retarded, right? They were being pretty harsh. And I said, look, man, the reason people are saying that to you like that is because some of us have been doing this sport for 20 years now, and we have been trying to master certain chokes for all 20 of those years, and we still struggle with getting them to work. I have a white whale. I have a choke I can't do. Everybody I know can do it just fine. I can't do it. I want to be better at it, but I can't. Anyways, where I'm going with that is, so I was telling this guy like this, and then somebody came on and was like, all right, Senpai, leave the Kohais alone. And I was like, what the hell? So I had to go look up what a Kohai was. So that's how I figured out what Senpai and Kohai was. I knew what Senpai was already, but I had not heard the term Kohai. But somebody was like, leave Kohai alone. He doesn't know. And the point was, what I was saying is, you're mad because you can't get something to work after 2 weeks. And some of us have been trying to master those things for, I think at the time it was like 16 or 17 years I had been training. Because I'm up over 21 now that I've been training that sport. But all right. So anyways, we're in Linux world. It's the same kind of thing. You just got to get in here and do stuff. So we need to figure out what's going on with the system that we've never touched before. So what's the kernel version and the startup parameters for this system? Is it on virtualization? What's the processor and the NIC type? And then if you don't know the answer, you can go find the solution. So we can run this cat etsy splat release, and it'll tell us a bunch of information about the system and the current kernel version. So if I'm going to a newer version of Ubuntu, I might not care about the old version or the old kernel, but if I'm updating this system or building a new build process to be able to build this again, I may need to make sure that I have the right version still, right? This one's huge. So cat proc command line, I use this all the time to make sure that everything in the cluster is built the same way. But there is a weakness to this one. Let me show you guys this. If in my home lab here, I were to show you this, let's see if we can. Bang Ansible. There's a weakness to this in certain clustering types. This works really well in stateful node deployments, which is like what we're kind of trying to build out. But it works really badly in stuff like this, which are containerless or stateless. And look at this; these are all different. They all have these weird, long, terrible. This isn't good. But where it would be really good, let's pull this one up real quick. Let's see if I can cat etc Ansible host. Let's go to Ansible all dungeons -m shell -a cat proc CMD line. If I wanted to know if all these nodes were built exactly the same way, this would be much easier because these are all static nodes that were built in the exact same fashion from the same template. So very quickly I should be able to go there and see, are all the dungeon nodes exactly the same node? Are they built from the exact same image? And looking at that, I'd go, yeah, it looks pretty similar. And then there's other tools, like I don't have pdish on here, but if you use pdish, you can actually make them, it'll put them all together and make sure that they're all exactly the same. But if we look at that very quickly with no other knowledge of it, we could say that that's pretty close to the same exact system, same exact boot up. So over here, but that's why you might want to know this, is are my nodes built the exact same way between my different nodes? How the system actually started is put in a thing called the kernel ring buffer, or some people just call it the ring buffer, or some people call it the ring 0 buffer. You're going to find it called a bunch of different things. But over here, if you run that, I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. I guess I could make this a little bit smaller. And the point is, when you run that dmessage, that tells you everything about from when the kernel started. And there's that command line again. So we can see the kernel command line. Oh, jeez. Guys, I am congested today, apparently. So, we can see all kinds of things that come up on the system. We could also go in there and we could look for errors. I'm a big fan of grep for error. Were any errors set up as the system came up? I can look for maybe if there's anything that involved the nick. In this case, it's canonical, so it doesn't really help me. That's less useful. I could look for if I had any LSPCI, or sorry, if I had any PCI specific, like let's say I knew I had a specific type of card that should be showing up in this box. Maybe I took the server down and I know that a certain piece of hardware should have come up and it would all be in here. I should be able to say something like grep for one would be like Mellanox. If I don't have Mellanox in the system, but if I had Mellanox in the system, I could go check it and see that it's there. Okay, so we come over here and we could do virt what, and we could see that we're in a virtualized environment. So this is not a physical machine; it's a virtualized guest inside of some type of hypervisor somewhere. We could go and start to try to dig in to what type of hypervisor we might be on. We are using kubevirt, and then we're underneath a rel AV, so I might even go just look at my DMID code through like a more, and I might say, okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm on a Red Hat 8.6 server, but then I'm virtualized under kubevirt as a Ubuntu 2004 box, right? So I could start to figure out like what type of system am I being hosted on. All of these kind of things that might be interesting to you if you're building out new versions of a system, whatever. So I show you guys this stuff, but then I ask these questions down here like, Is there anything here else that looks interesting to you? If you're doing physical stuff and you're dealing with a vendor and maybe something's going on with a server, or maybe you got a trouble ticket open, you may dump DMID code and give it to them so that they could use their serial number information that's in here typically on a physical box. There's a bunch of other things that may come up that are useful for them to maybe go look up, the version of BIOS that's on the board. That might be something you have to upgrade. When it was released, maybe that all needs to be updated. There's so many things that you can start to find out and figure out within the system as you're coming in. And I try to explain this to you guys. I try to really emphasize this. As you come into a role, it's probably not going to be well documented. It's probably not going to be it may have been well engineered 10 years ago, but then they lost that person to some other, they got hired somewhere else or something, and now you come in and they're just happy to have a Linux engineer or a Linux administrator, and you've got to go untangle this big ball of yarn that, somebody else left. And these are the ways that we kind of go do it. So this is a way to go do it. It's not the only way. So then I say, let's go look at what's running on the boxes and evaluate how this server booted up. So we need to look at how the server came up and what time it took for the kernel to start. We can look at the services and daemons that people are running, and then were there any failed services and do we need to fix them? And then what exposed ports do we have? One of the processes of hardening a server is making sure that we're not exposing things that we shouldn't expose, right? So anyways, we come over here. Oh man. Let's demessage. Lots of good information inside of demessage, right? About what's going on in the system. And what happens is a system first powers on. All systems go through a power on self-test. Once they're done with the power on self-test, they're going to go look for one of the devices, one of the block devices, to have a master boot record. Master boot record is going to tell them where to find the grub or the lilo. We use grub nowadays almost exclusively. And then like the grub 2, and then that's going to tell it how to call the kernel, how to call the init RAM FS, and then it's going to tell it where to go look for mounting everything in the system, mounting all the disks and stuff. But when the kernel gets called finally, right here, this is the kernel getting called by grub, everything starts to happen, and the kernel goes and walks all that stuff too. It does. We call it walking the system bus, right? And the kernel's going to go and it's going to check out everything again. The power on self-test made sure that things weren't smoking and weren't broken and we're getting power and closed loops on everything, right? But the kernel walking the bus is, do I understand it? Do I have drivers for it? Can I load the drivers? This is all of these things coming up and happening in the system. So it's very useful to kind of go and look at. I can't give you a great example now of where you would use all this. I would just tell you that if you're trying to figure out about a system that maybe you had never touched before, or you're looking for something to kind of do to understand your environment better, go look at how your systems boot. Go look at how healthy and clean they come up. And then I say, what are some important pieces of information? Can you find the Ethernet driver? So Ethernet has this kernel module, virtio.net. And then I think I say, can you go look for that? So here's the kernel modules, lsmod, and then look for virtio.net. Now, virtio.net is over here as a dependency for net_failover, right? And whatever that kernel module does, it needs that virtio.net, right? Then I say, what are some other important kernel modules that you might find? So you can go to lsmod, and you can just do lsmod and see what's there. And just say, these are all the modules that have been added to the kernel to increase functionality in some way. And you can go look at who wrote them and why they wrote them and what they're doing and all that good stuff, right? You can unload kernel modules while the kernel's running. You could break the way this whole system works if you want. Just start unloading these. In fact, if you unload the network stuff, you're going to find yourself not able to connect, right? And then you're going to have to reload your whole environment. But you could do it. We can pull all this stuff out of here. That's RM mod if you want to remove mods. So like if I wanted to break this right now, where's that network one? RM mod. That guy. Broken. So we removed the module that allowed network, and we were connected in on the network, so I'm mashing the enter key. This environment is done. So don't do that in your environment. Don't do that to your running systems, but that is a thing that you have the power to do, right? You are the Linux admin, right? You're the Linux engineer. You're in charge. All right. So let me go pull this all back up again. So all the same things that we did there. Validation successful because we already did them. So now we can do system analyze time, and we can see how long the system took to come up. Graphical target reached in 8.673 seconds in user space. So we can see how long the system took to come up. And then one of my favorite ones, this is one of my favorite commands just because of the name. It's systemd analyze blame. And it'll give you how long each thing came to come up in our system. Oops. So when this system ran, now they're not in chronological order, they're in length of time order. So the longest thing to come up in this environment was the snapd service, whatever that is. And then this fwupd refresh, whatever that is. And then these things. And we can go dig in, like, do I really need that? Do I need this Docker service in this environment where I don't run Docker? Get out of here. Do I run this containerd service when an environment and a prod environment where we're not running container? Get out of here. You just start dumping this stuff, and theoretically it'll make the system come up faster. And sometimes we do care about how fast systems come up. Let me go over here real quick, and I'll just do systemd analyze. And this node, I'm just going to hit Q there. The longest thing to come up on this one, oh, DNF make cache. That's the first time something's been longer than this one. All the other things came up super fast. But the long pole in the tent was the WW client service. And I might say, do I need that? Do I need that in this environment or no? I do need it because it's the Warewulf client service for the overlays. But if I didn't need that, maybe I could pull that out of the environment. Maybe I can make this system just that much more efficient on booting. And that much more... It's like if we went to the drag strip and we were going to drag race a bunch of cars, and you come up and you're about to come drag race, and I'm like, well, maybe, like, do you want all the people in the back of your car? And you're like, yeah, they'll be fine for the drag race. And I'm like, yeah, but, you know, you're going to get a little bit better horsepower to weight ratio if you get those people out. And they're like, are you calling us fat? And you're like, no, I'm just saying get out of the car to cool, you know, or you're racing and you just have your hood up. And you're like, well, dude, if you put your hood down, you'd probably get a little bit better drag, and you'd be able to see out the front of your vehicle. Like you see what I'm saying? So it's the same in the systems world. But if you go, well, Scott, like, I mean, I'm not going to do that on the fly. No, you're probably not going to be messing with a lot of these on the fly. But you need to know where these things are. Yeah, WW client is the Warewulf client. Yep. Yeah, because all of my nodes are sub. So the cluster that we run here is all Warewulf, right? Node list, right? Like we run. So in the home lab here, I run a tool called Warewulf, and Warewulf does a lot of things, but mainly what it does is it acts as a container man. Let's back up. It acts as a cluster manager. So it sits here, and as any of these nodes boot, let me show you guys the booting process. As any of my nodes boot, so I'm just gonna SSH to Rocky, let's say 9, and reboot him. Right. So now Rocky 9's rebooting. So I come over here, and he's gonna be rebooting here, and I'm gonna do a tail-f on var log Warewulf. grep-v capital E for runtime. So I don't want to see any of the run VI. Yeah, there we go. We don't want to see any of that runtime crap. What's going to happen is this node's going to come up, and he doesn't have a disk to boot to. He's a stateless image. So when he comes up, he's going to do a DHCP request, and he's going to go, look, I got nothing to boot with. I'm going to do a DHCP request. That's what it does, DHCP. And Warewulf is the DHCP server, so it is going to respond and say, hey, buddy, I know who you are. You're Rocky9. Go ahead and start your iPixie process. Right, here's your iPixie, so iPixie boot. And here's the stuff I want you to boot from this kernel and this initramfs. And that node is going to boot in the cluster, and he's going to be a clean Rocky9 image booted out of my Warewulf system. Now, Warewulf also does this other thing, so you can keep watching him boot over there. wwctl container list. We have these container images. They are chroot environments that we can go and we can build this. So if I exec into this lab here, I can build this container image as much as I need, and then I'll, for lack of better term, suck it up into Warewulf, and I will make it part of the base image, and then this image right here would become deployed on all the nodes that have it. Now all the nodes are running this image because I updated them recently. So I'm gonna false exit, and then I'm going to wwctl node list -a grep-i for container, and I would see that all of my nodes in the environment are running on this container here. So that's how they're gonna come up. iPixie for the win followed because I mentioned. Yeah, iPixie is. Now look over here. This is that long 5 seconds that we just saw. This is it happening right here because the Warewulf client pulls what's called a system runtime down one time, and this is the system runtime running in the environment. When this is done, then there's a component called the did I say system runtime? Gosh, it's a system overlay. And then there's a runtime overlay, and that's going to run every 10 minutes in my environment and update. So, anyways, I did all that to show you guys that there's a lot of stuff you can figure out about nodes and figure out. Yeah, I love Warewulf. I didn't think I was going to love it as much as I did, but I've been doing some deployments with it for work on some really big government systems, and it's slick. It's really good. That training I did when I told you guys I went out to Hawaii a couple weeks ago. That training was all done, and I was training them on Warewulf, specifically the Warewulf that we had built into this system. So, and I built my home lab off of Warewulf for everybody to use because of how slick I thought it was, and I could do some really cool stuff in there. And then when we're done with the Linux Systems Administration course at the end of this 16 weeks, so it'll end right in December. I think next year, for the people that finish the Linux Systems Administration course, I think I'm going to run a very focused one on Warewulf for people that want to do that. So, well, I'll run it for anybody who wants to follow along with it, but for the people that actually want to do the labs and stuff, I will have special containerized lab environments in my home lab for them to go to, and they'll be able to do all of this because Warewulf has to exist. Warewulf has to exist in its own network for DHCP to not affect other DHCP, right? You got to be in your own network. So I would make more of my little C routers and more of my little cluster setups, but pretty big deal. We built our own thing that does what Warewulf does now for large clusters. Yeah. So the SWK, I've been working in HPC for. I've probably been in HPC a little over 15 years, but I've been doing systems for about 21, and yeah, my company runs XCAT now. We actually are part owners of XCAT because IBM didn't want to run it anymore. So XCAT's one that's been around a long time. Warewulf's been around a good amount of time. And they're also the same ones that run Rocky Linux as well. So FOSS, I'm using it for general VM deployments. Yeah. You can use it for yeah. I mean, I'm using it in my home lab against just virtual machines. The main rules for getting Rocky to work correctly is you have to have a network that it can be the DHCP server on, right? So you can turn off DHCP in your home environment and then let Rocky do it if you wanted, or Warewulf. And then Warewulf just needs to have the nodes that are going to be stateless nodes configured in it for. So I did this, and then I filtered down. But let's just say I wanted to say like Rocky 1 and -A. These are the configurations of the Rocky. This is what I have configured for Rocky 1 in my environment. And it's surprisingly simple to do. Like when you add them in, so when I added them in, you could actually start with Rocky 2 through 19 like this, and then you can set individual values. And this is how I actually added in the this was actually my configuration to build all the other ones. And what it did was it added, so it started at 52 as the address, so 192.168.200.52, and then it counted up. So Rocky 2 got 52, Rocky 3 got 53, and it built up like that. So nice amount of telecom, platform as a service, high volume, low micro. Yeah. If I had heard of Warewulf about 6 months ago, we're gonna finish a forklift upgrade out of our networks. Yeah, it's surprisingly, and I kind of, I don't want to say I pushed back on it, but I was like, this thing might be okay. But the more I've used it and the more I've gotten into it, I'm like, this is a pretty okay tool. It does what I want it to. It does my cluster management stuff, and it works really well in the home lab. If you guys are in the home lab or the Prolog lab environment, it's my home lab, but for you guys it's Prolog. If you go to any node and you're like, oh, somebody's been here, you just reboot the node and reconnect, and that node will be in a, well, it takes about 3 minutes to boot. That node will be in a good running configuration. So where's Rocky 9? He's up, he's clean, and he's back to his old deployment. So anyways, so we come over here. We looked at blame. Let's look at it like an individual service. So I'm going to clear the screen up, and I'm saying, here's an individual service. Let's go look at SSH. We want SSH running because we want to connect to stuff. Some nodes we might not want SSH running, so then we would turn it off. But SSH is running. We can see it's active. We can see its process ID, 644. That becomes important later if I were to do something like LSOF-I for port 22. Do I see the same value I expect, 644? Yeah. So the process that's listening on port 22 in my box is what I expect. And I tell you guys all the time, nothing here is magical. It's all chutes and ladders. Things point to other things. You can figure stuff out. You can learn how to move around in the system and see things running. So here we are. We've got SSH running. Maybe we do want it running. Maybe we don't. We see in our environment that it's enabled, which means that it is going to start when the system boots up. So we could turn it off. We could disable it. But one of the things here is it enabled? So we could just say is enabled. And yep, it's enabled. Then we could turn it off and disable it and all that stuff if we wanted to. One of my favorite commands, and I only learned this one a few years ago. I had been doing systems for a long time, and I did not know that systemctl has a really cool little cat function. And the reason this is so useful, if any of you guys have ever tried to figure out where a service started from before, systemctl cat will show you the file. It'll tell you the file that was started, and it'll give you the contents of that file. So you'll see that. What lab is this? Here, I'll link it for you guys. Here's the lab for anybody that wants to do it with me. This is one of my later labs. It's a lab on just looking around the system and figuring out how it booted and how it started. So now, if I wanted to change this, I could change this. But I want you guys to know, anything in libsystemd is not safe to change. Because, well, before I say it, does anybody know why it's not safe to change things here? And when I say not safe, I don't mean it's going to break your system. And I don't mean that it's not going to work. It's not safe for a different reason. It's not safe for you as an engineer for a sanity reason. Does anybody know what that is? I'll take a drink of water while you guys try to figure that out. Why is that not safe to change, that file? It's exactly right, Foss. Foss is exactly right. It's provided by the distro, and that's going to get changed. If we ever do a apt upgrade, an apt update on SSH in this environment, that's going to blow away to whatever the RPM brings in, the Red Hat Package Manager, right? Or in this case, the DPKG or whatever. But yeah, that's going to get updated. So all of your changes are going to get blown away. So as an engineer, you need to know, where is it safe for me to change things? Always Etsy systemd is always safe. But lib and some of these other ones. And you might say, well, how many places does systemd look? Systemd has like fucking 20 places it'll look to start services. I think users even have a space that they can do for their own individual stuff. So how did that? Oh, I'm getting like a weird lag on my Streamlabs. So hopefully you guys are getting the labs over there. CTL will create update overrides to safely modify unit file. Nice. Yeah. So you can edit in there too. That's good. But here's the thing, Q. I'm pretty sure this would still get blown away. Well, actually, I'm sure it will by a distro. So if there's an update, you're still going to lose them. So you just got to know. And you can override these. There's a precedence order, and you can override this if you wanted to. But then remember, you're not getting new systemctl edit won't be lost. Interesting. Okay. All right, so we come down here and well, one thing to think of too is sometimes when new versions come out, you get different, I don't want to call them flags, what would we call them? Different parameters that are added. This has been getting us a lot in the not logsec, but in the Loki labs. Loki has a whole bunch of different configs that they keep pushing up, so we have to keep fixing that lab environment because the default that we were pulling down for their Loki config file doesn't work because they keep adding and changing fucking flags, or I guess config options, or whatever you'd want to call them. All right, anyway, so let's keep going. We can analyze what the critical chain is to get SSH running. These are all the things from when the system started, coming from bottom up, and how long they took till we got to SSH service. So if something broke or if SSH didn't come up right, we could go and look and see all this stuff here. If my volume is low, it's because my voice is jacked up right now. I am talking directly into my mic, and I'm seeing my mic shoot up down here. So I'm definitely talking, but if I'm low, it's probably because my voice is really jacked right now. So, but no, I'm definitely directly in my mic, and I'm definitely seeing my mic shoot all the way up. So, you might want to. I know sometimes people have to turn me up. I'm not sure exactly why, because again, I'm all the way up on my Yeti here. So, anyway, so here's our SSH service. It's also I'm not gonna go into that. I'll complain later. We'll come down here, and you got to hit Q to get out of there, and you've got your whole startup of the service, right? And you can list all the files that are out there, and you can see if they're static or enabled or disabled or masked. If you never want a service to start again, you mask it, right? This X11 common service, we mask it. It won't start up again in our environment. This is actually a requirement if you ever Stig stuff. If you can't remove a tool for some reason, let's say the service has to be on the box, then you can mask it, and it will never start up again, right? And that's actually a Stigging requirement that you run into. So you can see kind of what's going on in the system. Do I have it down here? Yeah, you could count them. I give you some ways that you can count things. You can look at them and figure out how many are enabled or disabled. And then I didn't make you guys do it, but systemctl list units state equals failed. This will just let us know how clean the system booted up, how well we were able to get into the system. All right. So depackage. Depackage will show you about, a package that you want to see, mainly because you want versioning. You want to know what versions are there on your systems. And then I think in this case I just wanted to go look at like some components that were there. There's a bunch of ways in different systems to see the packages that were installed and the packages that were upgraded while a system was changed or something happened. So in this case I just wanted to go see where SSH was configured out of. And all your SSHD and your SSH client is configured out of here. So your incoming and your outgoing connections. Then what do I have here? This is system stuff. So if you want to look at what system ports are open, you go ss-ntulp. You could also use netstat if you want. That's fine. Clear it. Let's run it again. And it looks a little better. And here's our UDP and our TCP connections that are being listened for lack of a better term. And there's 5 UDP if you didn't want to count them up here. And there's 8 TCP. Sometimes you're going to have a lot more systems. Sometimes you're going to have a lot more things running, and you're not going to be able to just look at it by counting it here. So let the system count things for you if you want. Okay. Then we could go look at a process and see how it's actually running. Here's the PID for our 53 here, which is our local DHCP, DNS. That's our system resolve, so our system can remember and cache requests that it had done with DNS before, right? So then we can go look at it and dig in a little more if we wanted to. And maybe we say, you know what? I don't want that. Our systems are all host-based. We use host files around here. Boom. And you could take that and get rid of it. All right. And then I say, look at you learning Linux. You're doing all the basics. This is might seem like really simple stuff, but if you've never done any of this stuff, it could be pretty valuable to you to get in and look at how your system's kind of working. All right. Oh man. What happened here? I must have moved this over a whole bunch. There we go. All right. Maybe we'll do some more labs here. Because again, these jobs, man, the jobs are nothing that we're looking at is basic Linux stuff. It's all more complex stuff. This one has a little bit of Linux stuff in it. But everybody they want like I wanted to do like intro level stuff, and none of this stuff looks like it's intro jobs. So that kind of maybe means that the industry is kind of hard to get into right now. It's possible. Let's go look at this one. Oh yeah, we were already looking at that one. All right. Do some more Linux here in a second, but all right. I'm going to let me do this real quick. We're gonna do Hourglass. Say take a quick break. Go 8 minutes. I'll be back. We'll go wander around a little bit. Alright guys, I'll be back. more water bottles here. Yeah, hopefully some of this stuff is useful to you guys. That's the goal here. Trying to get you guys playing with stuff that maybe you hadn't seen. I learn stuff. I tell you guys all the time. I learn stuff every time I sit around with another engineer and work on stuff. I learn something. I've been doing this a long time too. So yeah, this is the goal. Also, I haven't been hammering it too much, but we do have a Discord. It's free. You guys are welcome to hang out down there. There's a couple study groups that have been going. So, you know, we have all the free stuff, you know, I mean, it's all free, but we have all the Linux Systems Administration course, but then we also have people that are down there like studying and working on stuff and trying to just better themselves and get the skills and be able to prove to an employer that they can do this stuff professionally, you know. So I'm gonna get us set up to do another lab, but I think we'll do some security stuff. I think the security stuff is valuable. I think that that'll maybe help show some people some tools that are out there as well. What's going on here? Am I moving around too fast? Oh, there we go. Okay. We'll do... Yeah. Maybe we'll do the Stig ones. I haven't done the Stig ones in a while, so we'll start with those and then we'll move back. If you guys haven't done Stigs, it's kind of a government standard. It's a really good standard in general for the secure technical implementation guidelines of system, any type of system, but in our case, Linux systems, right? By the way, we're still on break because I know some people might have walked away. Yeah, if you haven't done Stigs like you, I might have to go out to Baltimore and do some Stigs here soon. I might be stigging some boxes out there. I have... God, man, one of the things that happens, guys, in the Linux world... Well, this happens in every type of engineering. I imagine this happens everywhere, but I can only speak to engineering. The better you do things, the more you end up having to do more and more of those things. So, like, I have kind of gotten tagged in my environment as the Stig guy now. So now I'm doing a fair amount of Stigs. Yeah, Q, if you would, yeah, do that. Man, I just, like, I kind of, like, have the process down, and I have the Ansible playbooks and the way that I build them, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, there you go, Scott, you get to do it all. And I'm like, Look, it's a good problem to have, though, right? Like, the boss needs you for that kind of work, and I work in an organization where we go and we do the different projects based on, like, what's needed. So there's that. All right, we'll do some Stig stuff. I'll show you guys how to pull a Stig report down. Security topics, nice. But guys, yeah, Discord is there. It's always free. Man, he thinks I look like Sad Tomato. All right, anyways, if you guys haven't seen Brotato. Yeah, so by the way, here's the events I was talking about. While we're still on break here. We got the 16-week course that's always running. Well, for the next we're in 9, so a few more months. It'll end right at the end of the year. And then we've got some study groups that have been getting made. If you guys don't know Treasure, he's one of the guys that kind of hangs out. I want to say he's newer. He's probably only been in the group for a few months, but he's really been working to make a lot of stuff better for people. So you guys should hang out down there with them. They study and they go over the topics for the week, and then they also go over other topics. And I think most of them have worked through or passed their RHCSA, or they were working on it. So a lot of them have studied and done some kind of cert recently too. Let's go look at this thing. What is this? Reddit is just a scumbag and villainy, but I saw that they pulled out the TMUX stuff. That is really funny. Oh god, that TMUX stuff, man, it's a hassle. It is a super hassle. I had a bunch of workarounds for it though, but that was just me. I hate being kicked out of terminals and shells. I hate it. Man, I would go in and then I would jump to a different server and run a loop. And Man, I hated it. But yeah, it was you'd get kicked out of TMUX cell sessions, and then you'd have to come back in, and then sometimes it was weird. Sometimes it would lock, and sometimes it would kick you all the way out, and you're like, what's the rhyme or reason here? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. But I didn't. But I've never stigged 8. I've only stigged 9 systems. So that's probably part of it too. Hold on, let me look. Sorry for coughing in your faces, guys. I also saw that they removed yeah, that's important. Pam. Yep. What was the other one they removed? That is kind of nice. That's a nice little write up. This is by the way, Q. This is what I always call. This is where I got my name on here. This is the Saint. This is where I get that from. Normally, you just have Reddit. Reddit is 99.5% bullshit, but then one person comes on and does something like this, and it's like a full breakdown. It's typically one of the top commenters that does this, but they go and they pull everything together and they just have a really good write-up of everything, and I always call that person the Saint. Trellix is no longer a part of the REL Stig, but required as part of your network. Yeah. Oh, well, you guys know 60% of all statistics are made up on the spot, right? All right. Let's do some stigging. If you guys have never done stigs, here you go. There are a bunch of things here. I'm going to link this to you guys. If you've never done a stig, this is not the full process. This is the report part of it. You would then have to go through and clean this up, and it's an iterative process, but this lab is around deploying and doing a Stig scan of your system to see how compliant you are out of the box. It's a very valuable thing, and then we move our systems forward by becoming more compliant by changing things, typically with an automated process of some type. I use Ansible. Then we get up to a certain stigging level, and then we validate it by running another one of these scans. So here we go. Let's try it. It says right here, your team has to integrate with a U.S. government system. There's a security requirement. By the way, if you don't have to work with a security system, you're just like walking around and you're like, hey, somebody called me the security guy the other day, and now as the Linux engineer, I'm the guy in charge of security. You can be security minded without having a requirement to plug into something. I tell people all the time, nobody's going to knock on your door. Like, nobody's going to kick open my front door and come up here and take my servers because I'm not running a completely stigged environment. Like, that's not going to happen. But that doesn't mean that I should. These are good practices, right? And I also tell you guys, one of the things about it is you look at it and you go, well, these are well documented. We know that these 462 things should be implemented. We have the Ansible playbooks and Bash scripts to run them. Why don't we just run them out of the box? And we've talked about this before. You give up so much through that security that it makes it almost unusable to use a system especially for the average user. The average user can't use a system in a completely secured way. It is a hassle. It is a fucking absolute hassle to have to put in like a little CAC card into every system to be able to get in. And that's a hassle, and to have that card in to read my certificate to be able to go to certain secure environments. That is a major pain in the ass for people. Yeah. I always say, yeah, it's a balance between security and usability. I always say, there's an old saying, and this is very accurate, security is the enemy of productivity. Doesn't mean security is bad, it just means that security slows you down. And that's demonstratively true, right? Like if I said, hey, let's go to your business, and we walk in, and then we have to go to the front, and we have to have our badges, and we have to put the badges down, and then open it, and then we have to go put your laptop on, and if your laptop doesn't have the right Mac to connect to your port in your cube, then now we got to call somebody because that's busted. But okay, fine, we get in, we got a password, we got a multi-factor auth, so now we got to pull our phone up and multi-factor auth to get in on our single sign-on, and it's like 15 minutes later you're ready to do some work, right? And it's demonstrably slower, but as I always tell you guys, having brakes on your car is why you can go fast. And you say, no, I don't believe that. And I say, yeah, okay, your brakes are out. How fast are you going to drive your car home? Probably like 3 miles an hour, right? You're not gonna fucking race home if you can't drive. All right, anyways, all right, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox. Let's do this lab. Your team has to integrate. You're gonna use the Stigs, and there's a tool out there that you can download and run. So let's get that tool. So we're gonna make a directory for it. We're gonna CD to that directory. We can check that we're in there. And we're gonna download the government tool for it. This is the for Ubuntu 20. And we're going to have that, and then we unzipped it. We actually didn't unzip it yet. We're going to unzip it in our environment here. So boom, there we go. Now we've got the unzipped file here, the directory. We could go down in there if we want to. So now we go, whoops, let's go in there. And in there, if we ls, we see, here is the package right here. So we can install that package on the system, right? Oh gosh, the multi. So my college, the college I teach at, DeVry, my multi-factor authentication for my single sign-on, I can't stand it. And it's funny, every now and then they turn it on so it kicks me out every day, but sometimes it goes away and that process goes, and then it's like I can stay logged in for a few weeks. But currently it's kicking me out every day again. And basically every morning I have to re-authenticate to my college to be able to do my college stuff. All right. So we've installed this. It went to where we normally install things, which is opt-scc. This is normally where we put things. And so we can CD over there. And we can run the tool in the config mode. So we can configure this tool before we ever run it for real. Excuse me. So let's go ahead and we'll make this a little bigger for you guys. We're going to run the config on the tool, and it's going to gather some information about the system, and it's going to say, okay, man, here's the change log. Tells us up here. Here's the change log. So we just hit enter. And then now it gives us a set of things that we can do. And we're going to configure the SCAP content of this. Whatever we installed, there's a bunch of SCAP content. SCAP is the secure something. What is SCAP? Yeah, Security Content Automation Protocol. So there's a bunch of SCAP tools here that we're going to go look at. So let's go look at what's here. So I'm going to hit 1 and go in. And this system, what we installed, can do Ubuntu 18, which we don't need. So we're going to get rid of it. And it can do Mozilla Firefox, but we don't need that either. We are on canonical Ubuntu 20.04. So right here it says to deselect 1 and 2, or 1 and 3, and then hit 0. And if I were to go look at it again, it's good. So it's set. We come down here a little bit and we go to 6. And we have scanning options, a bunch of options. You guys can play around with the options. But down here, I always hit 1. So I force the scan regardless of if this system thinks it's applicable. Like if this was a different subversion, that it was going to be like, well, I'll skip that one. Nope, I want you to run it. Because the worst thing that can happen is it'll tell you got to go do a manual check on it anyways. So the worst thing you can have to happen is go do a manual check. I mean, you were going to have to do a manual check anyways if you didn't have this cool tool. So then we're going to hit 0 to return. And then it says to go 0 to return back out again. And then now it says that we can hit 9. And we're going to save, exit save, and perform a local scan. So now this is going to go run all of the benchmark scans, the SCAP scans, that it has against Ubuntu 20.04. And it says that there's 166 total. This can take up to 5 minutes. And you can watch the scan. You can see kind of what it's doing if you want to. Now there's a couple questions I have. There's a score it's going to give us. Is the score good or bad? Probably bad. What's the output directory of the reports? And then we can move to the next part of the lab. So let's let it go scan. Like some of the things scan longer. Like this one is doing a file scan. If you do this against a box that has NFS or other big file systems mounted to it, Well, you're gonna be doing a couple of things. You're gonna be scanning things that are probably already being taken care of some other way, and you're probably going to greatly, greatly increase the time of the scan. In fact, I would just tell you, like, if you're scanning a system as you're building it, which is when I would normally scan, I will unmount anything like that, or I will even do this before I've built those mount points so that I can just get through this stuff quicker. And then you say, well, are you not being secure? Well, no, you can secure, like, you can scan and secure your NFS shares and your big file systems separate. You don't need all 1,000 machines in your environment scanning those for their that's silly. That's overwork and it's silliness. Ran into the scanning log servers. Need to ignore the NFS mount. Yeah, because it's too much. Plus, you're scanning something that should be taken care of somewhere else, right? So it's an important thing to think about. Yeah. Yeah, and I deal in petabytes and exabytes right now. So yeah, it's a lot. Um, all right, so what's our scan? Oh man, 14.6. I can't believe how bad this is. Most Rocky comes out of the box around 60, but apparently Ubuntu comes out of the box at about 14. So a good score is over 90. You can connect to some systems under 90, but most of the time you need to be over 90. So now we got to think about how we're going to let's look at this scan because this is important. Let's look at this scan and see what's wrong with our system. Now, wrong is again related to security. The system's running, but we need to go figure out. So where is it going? It's all going in these different directories, right? So we're going to go to the next part of the lab. And we're going to throw it to a web page so that we can watch it come up. The Ubuntu Stig is like, yeah, Enterprise Linux. So this was 166, and my Red Hat ones are 466. I could pull up the Stig scanner if you guys, or the Stig tool, if you guys wanted to look at those ones. But let's install Apache. We need that. And then we're going to CD. We're going to do a little sneaky thing. This only works because you've only run the scanner one time. If you run the scanner multiple times and get a whole bunch of these directories, this command won't work, and neither will some of these other ones. You're going to have to figure out where your most current one is. So that's something to think about. But in this environment, in this lab, this is fine. It'll just move us to the one path that exists. Otherwise, you would have to go and find the most recent one. And then I'm going to copy everything in here. I don't know why I did this. Copy all. Oh, yeah. So I got the one with all in it. Where's my all? Right here. All right. So we're going to copy all over there. And then we're going to just go here and look at it. So there's our 14.68%. God, that's terrible. But here's the information about our server that it pulled up. Our MAC addresses, the name of it. Yeah. Yellow would be greater than 80. Green is typically where you get to connect to government systems. And then blue is 100. I've not seen a system running blue, but maybe. There's probably some of them out there. So we come down here and we say, well, here's our Cat 1s. Yeah, it's a great score. Cat 1s always have to be addressed. You can't get onto any government system without all your Cat 1s addressed. That's one, regardless of what your score is up here, right? Yeah, this is terrible out of the box, right? Then you got to start knocking these out in a way that gets you. Look at all these failed ones. Then here's all the manual ones that I got to fix, and then here's my lows and the manuals there. So we go down and we start to see what the fixes are. Typically, they'll give you the tests, what it checked, and sometimes if it can, it'll tell you what the fix is. Now, all these fixes are well defined. You can go, we can use OSSCAP, so OpenSCAP, and the Open Scanning tool. And we can generate files that will fix all of these and make these to as close to 100 as possible. But that being said, I haven't done those labs yet, but that being said, that is still something you have to. So you go do that, you scan your system, you make it better, you fix everything, and then you come back here and you make sure your score's higher and you make sure your stuff still works. It's like an iterative process. You have to keep going through. Because again, I can fix this stuff so good that it doesn't work anymore. I've had systems that I've scanned and I've remediated up into the high 90s, but they don't work anymore. So then I got to back the container off and restart. and run up a little less and then figure that stuff out. So again, yeah, it's very difficult to go all the way to the highest score without breaking something in your environment. So this is the first scan. This is how you would clean this up and get it working. So that's one of our labs. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to do the other lab. You guys want to see an even worse score? We'll do the Firefox Stig. So if anybody wants to do the Firefox Stig scanner, it's the same basic steps. But now we're going to fix Firefox in our environment. Alright. And we'll take a second break real quick while people figure out if they want to do it with me or not. Man, I did not realize I was this congested. We did record Unit 9 today, though, by the way. It was kind of short, and I got distracted a couple times. But for the most part, we got Unit 9 recorded. Unit 10 is going to be like a build-up of that again and a continuation. And we're going to start doing Kubernetes a little bit in the environment. So hopefully this stuff is useful to you guys. All right. So let's do this. Your team has to integrate with a U.S. government system. There's a security requirement that you need to Stig your Firefox browsers to a certain score. Whatever that score is, it's going to be higher than what you've got, I assure you. Your first task is to identify what your score is, right? Make sure that, like, when we shoot an azimuth to a point, right? When we shoot an azimuth, then we can determine, okay, I want to move, I want to shift off of that, or like I tell you guys, if we get a certain speed on our disks now, and then we're going to update or add disks or put SSDs in, and then we see how much faster our new system is, we can go from that one line. But until you shoot that first azimuth, you don't even know how much better something is. Like later on. So I use this example sometimes, but it's true. You know, I'm an engineer, and I convinced the company to spend, $40,000 to upgrade this one device that some of the researchers are using or something. And 40,000 is not that much to a big company that's doing this kind of stuff, and you're losing hours of productivity if people aren't on. So you convince them that you're going to do all that, and you give them these numbers from the vendor, and the numbers say it will be 20% faster, this and this and this. Well, you can trust the vendor, but I mean, at the end of the day, the vendor's the vendor. They're just trying to sell you stuff, right? For me, I would baseline my systems and figure out how fast they are. I would do the work and do the change, and then I would set a new baseline or chalk line or azimuth or whatever you want to call it, to check that I did get, and then I could go into the final meeting and say, we did the work, we spent the 40K, they told us we were going to be 16% faster, and we found out that we're actually about 24% faster. Now, we don't know exactly why, but we believe it's because our metadata controllers are now able to use a wider bandwidth back to whatever. I don't know. Make shit up. Who cares? I'm just kidding. It will be different to your environments. My point in saying all that is, otherwise you're just telling them, it feels faster. Oh, the system feels faster. Who fucking cares if it feels faster? Doesn't matter. That's not an engineering term, guys. Right? So anyways, I don't know. All right, I'm going to stop swearing. I think I'm swearing a lot because, like, last night was, like, seriously one of the worst nights of my life, guys. I was so jacked up last night. Man, I was jacked up. I was, like, super, super hot. Also, I think the wife's leaving again. She's going to one of her friends' houses, but... All right, so we come over here. Let's do this. So we got to download the SCC tool again. We're going to install Firefox as a browser. Make sure it's there. And then we're going to run it and get it all there. So let's download it. Let's get that SCC tool here. So we've got that same tool. Unzip it. CD into the environment. And then install it. So same basic steps as before, right? Watch the installer. See where it's unpackaging and putting it. This is important, Not everything goes to opt SCC. Opt is a very common place for us to put third-party tools in Linux, right? There's no hard standard that I know of for that, but that's definitely a thing. Hold on. Is the wife? Oh, hold on. The wife's getting back right now. Guys, I need to take a real quick break again. So give me a second. I will be right back. We'll leave it on this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on the wife real quick. I'll be back, guys. Alright, I'm back, guys. Back. Hold on. But the wife didn't know what I wanted from. She went over to Taco Bell, so she got me a little chicken quesadilla. So now I'm gonna munch on that real quick. So you guys gotta listen to that. But I'm going to hang out here and look at this stuff and try to munch on my little quesadilla quietly enough that you guys aren't like wondering what the hell's going on over here. Sounding like some kind of buzzsaw. Yeah, these tunes are pretty good. They're from a Humble Bundle I bought a while back. So they're pretty good. Alright, so we installed all that. Now we need to install Firefox, so we have it. Make sure it's here. I'm gonna sit over here and munch while that's installing. The only problem I have with chicken, well, I have two problems with chicken quesadillas. I do like them, but I hate that they're like $6 each now. You know, I grew up with these things being like $2. Now they're $6 each, so that's an annoyance. That's me complaining a little. And then the other thing, and so I worked at Taco Bell when I was a junior in high school. I worked there for about 3 weeks, and one of the things they used to have was the green sauce, and I used to be able to get the green sauce on my chicken quesadillas, and that was my favorite sauce at Taco Bell, but they don't have it anymore, so they got rid of the green sauce, the best sauce they had. So those are my two complaints. Popeyes can still get three tenders and a biscuit for $6 in Manhattan. Nice. Nice. I bet that place is busy at lunch. If you can get in and out for $6. until 3 a.m. Jeez. I had my bank card info stolen once when I was working at a place called Karis Life Sciences, and I went down and I got my hair cut. And I'm pretty sure when I got my hair cut, the guy copied my card. I think that's where it happened. Because the guy was like, he even mentioned, he's like, oh, I'm not here for long, and I'm like this and this. And anyways, well, what happened was I was teaching that night at the college, and my card got compromised in such a way that I've never even been to Chicago, guys, in all my life. But there were two things that were bought at Chicago. One was Popeye's chicken, and the other one was gas at a gas station. Yeah, this was years ago, but the wild thing was they canceled my card on me. They're like, by the way, your card's canceled. We'll send you a new one, you know, this and this and this. And I'm like, well, I was going to get gas on the way home, but now I guess I'm going to have to use, so I had to use like a credit card. I couldn't use my bank card like I normally would have. So, yeah, it's just kind of funny when you mentioned Popeyes. That's what I thought of. I've only been in Popeyes a couple times. But I have friends that swear by that place. All right, we'll get back to Linux here in a second. I'm just munching over here. Go-to spot for like fast food or just grab food. Probably. Oh, dine-in. Like we go out somewhere and stay out. Me and the wife got a place out here near us in Glendale called Popo's. I like Popo's. We'll go there sometimes and just kind of sit down. It's a Mexican food place. It's always popping. There's always a lot of people in there, and I actually kind of you wouldn't think that from being like me, mostly just wanting to be by myself. But I like when the restaurant's kind of popping. I kind of think that's fun. And there's always kind of kids and like it's busy, right? It's a busy restaurant, but they move well and they have a lot of people there and they have really good Mexican food. So that's kind of a fun place around us. We also have, me and the wife, we really like a pizza place near us called Barrows. Not Sabaros, which is like a different place. It's Barrows, Barros. That's a pretty good little spot near us here in Phoenix. But yeah, we do a fair amount of Mexican food. That's kind of one of our big things. Michael Scott went to some. That's pretty funny. Yeah, we were talking about this. We need to get people together. The London. So we have like 3,200 people now in our Discord. So we got a good amount of people. And the guys from like the UK, London, were like, man, we should have a meetup. And I was like, shoot, we can't let the UK London guys have a meetup before us here in the Arizona area do. So we might have a meetup one of these days. Maybe we'll do a big one. That would actually be really fun. So we do like a holiday Christmas type event. And that would be kind of fun if we had people meet up locally in their different areas. Yeah, if people met up locally in their different areas, they found somebody to hang out with, and then we all just got on Discord in all of our different areas, you know? Like me and all the guys from like the original Prolug could be on there. Tell Fisherman to come and say, yeah. He'd probably do it. Make him go do it. I think we have a fair number of people that are up in the New York area, just from people that have told me where they're at. I know we have. Oh, I mean, well, all the original ProLug members are out here in Phoenix, but we probably could get 20 people here from the original ProLug group in the Phoenix area, so I could probably get a bunch of them to come up for like a Christmas holiday. It wouldn't have to be for Christmas, but it could just be like a holiday type end of the year party, you know? I think that would be really fun. All right. I'm chewing on my pizza here. Or my thing's still here. We've installed Firefox. Now we're going to go over to that opt SCC. And we're going to configure this tool to run. This is very similar to the other lab, but now we're just doing it for Firefox instead of Ubuntu. Let's go see. So we hit enter to just accept the changelog. Configure. I'm going to get rid of 1 and 2 because I only want to scan for Firefox. I'm going to hit 0 to go back. I'm going to hit 6. 1, and always scan regardless of applicability. 0, 0. So all I did was these steps out here. And then 9 will exit, save changes, and perform a scan. Now, so this is going to go, and it's going to run 34 scans against Firefox to see how secure Firefox is. Anybody want to take a guess? Anybody that's not been here before want to take a guess at how secure Firefox is? Out of the box for the Stig scan standards, if you want to run Firefox, and by the way, excuse me, anybody, you're gonna very quickly see why Firefox is almost always just removed from. Like, hey, I need to connect this to a government system. Oh shit, let's just pull Firefox off it. I can almost guarantee you that's probably happened every time ever. Because watch what Firefox is. Does anybody know what Firefox is out of the box? There's what did I say? 34 scans. How many of them do you think it passes out of the box? Haha. Hello, I think you're giving them more credit. But you got to remember too, like thinking about back like what I was saying about using and usability. User, like when people push out their software, they want it to be as user friendly as possible, so well-known security isn't always taken into account, or it's taken into account and then they're like, well, yeah, but that's going to break user functionality, so they don't do it. This out of the box, let's see what our scan is. I know what the score is, but you guys will love this. What's our Stig score? Let's see. And then we can decide, do we want to get this all the way up, or do we want to do what I can almost guarantee you everybody does and just remove Firefox? I don't need Firefox in a Linux environment, so get out of here. I would need Firefox if I was giving people the ability to do like, which this is something we never do, is we allow people like reverse proxy back out and then they can use Firefox locally to like hit something, and then I can push it out and I can look at it from like my local machine, right? I'm not going to let people do that in my environment. That's like a major security no-no. So it's going to scan. It's going to take a few minutes, whatever. We'll let this run. While that's running, I'll let you guys know. I've been alluding to it a lot. But there's a professional Linux users group. It's free. You guys can hang out down there. And we've got, I think, a really good group of engineers and systems admins. And the goal of our group... Oh, thanks for that. Hello, mateys, for the resubscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. The goal of our group is to take you guys from doing this as amateurs and help you guys become pros. And I've told you guys this before. An amateur doesn't mean... like, Americans, we think of amateur and pro in sports terms, and amateur isn't as good as a pro, right? That's what we think, but that's not really true in science. That's not really true in like research. Amateurs do some of the most what you would call like breakthroughs and paradigm shift thinking in a thing, because they're not brought up through some channel of doing it. So like any of these things that we think about. Anyways, where I'm going with that is the goal is to get you guys into doing this stuff professionally, and show you guys that being an amateur is fine, but if you want to use this to maybe make some money, maybe go have a shoot up in your what your value is as a employee or even as a consultant, right? You want to do some work like that. All right. This thing passed 0. I knew it was going to pass 0, but isn't that insane? It passed 0 of 34 checks. So, here's the results, right? We want to go know where the results are. And then we'll go look at the next part. 0, guys. Yeah, it is a perfect score in some ways. In some ways, it's perfectly... that is a good way to put it. If anybody's late, there's our lab. I know I went and ate and came back. Here's the lab that we're on. Just click the buttons and you'll catch up to me, right? But that's the lab that we're on, guys. This next command, I was telling you guys, this will only work if you've only run it one time, and that's because it can go to the one that's there. Otherwise, you would have to go to root, SCC, sessions, right? And then you would find the one that was most current, and you would CD to that one, right? But this will work for now because it's the only one that's there. That's what that wildcard there does, is it takes the one that's there. And now, when I'm in here, if I ls-l, I'll see here's my all, and it's an HTML. So I'm going to move that into my html.index. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Rubed. Hopefully we're showing you stuff that's cool and useful. So let's go look at how this thing failed absolutely perfectly. It failed perfectly. But why did it fail? Like what are the things that would secure Firefox? If I needed to make Firefox as secure as it could be, what would I do to it, right? So let's go look. Come down here. Information about the system. Stig high severity. Remember I told you guys you cannot leave cat 1s open. So let's go look. So we click on it, it drops us down here. Firefox must be configured to only allow TLS 1.2 or above. That is a requirement. TLS 1.2, TLS 1.3. 1.3 is kind of emerging more as a standard, but you can't be using the old SSL handshakes. It doesn't work. That's been deprecated since 2017. So just get that out of here. But they probably have it set up in such a way that they are allowing it to connect to anything for that. Yeah, so delete Firefox. That's probably the best option. But here's the test that they did. They looked down into any of these things and they checked in here for an SSL min version, and it must be equal to 1. So this is the checks that they did. They tell you everything about it and how to fix it. Here's the next one. Installed version of Firefox must be supported. Now, this one you might notice. We got a 0 score, right? This is an important thing if you do Stigs. We got a 0 score. But how do I know? How do they know? How does the system know that this was not supported? Well, right here is there are manual checks that can't be done by an automated checking system, but you get a 0 on them until you go prove it. So then you got to go write it up into your Stig viewer. You got to go write up why this one is valid and say, yeah, no, actually this one is, and then you would get a certain percentage, probably in this case like 3% of your Stig score. So then you would have a 3% instead of a 0. And I say 3 because we've got, 34 was it? 34 total, so that's about 3. Although cat 1s are weighted a little heavier, so they might be like 6. I don't know, something like that. Then we start going down into here. And Firefox must be configured to ask which certificate to present to a website when certificate is required. Well, ours doesn't do that. Ours just lets you connect to anything, right? It doesn't use certificates. Must not automatically check for updated versions of installed search plugins. Oh, geez. If you're even allowing plugins, you're not going to be able to pass anything in the government world. Because plugins are another hole of security that's outside of the normal control of things, right? Firefox must be configured to not automatically update installed add-ons and plugins. Again, you can't even install or run add-ins or plugins. So there you go. Firefox must be configured to disable form fill assistance. Boom, get it out of there. So anyways, I show you guys all this to go. We're not going to become experts in Firefox stigging, but I want you guys to see the process of how we would do a report, and then we can go figure out what we're going to fix. We're going to generate a plan and a way to fix it. There's automated tools for that, or we could do it. We can write things to fix it. We can write our own baselines. We can use bash scripts. We can do whatever. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, the again, that old adage about security is the enemy of productivity. We can make it secure, but it won't be useful, right? It's that old idea of I could put a server in a basement and it'll be 100% secure, but nobody's going to be able to use it, right? It's that same idea. So, all right, so that was our lab. You did that, and then you would go figure out what you'd want to do. You'd make a plan, and then you'd move forward with it. And it says here, look at you learning Linux security. You set up an SCC tool and implemented a security scan of Firefox browser for Stig compliance. Now, there are Stig, that SCC tool that we installed here for Ubuntu and Firefox, it was the same one in both of the labs. There are those for RHEL 7, 8, and 9. So you could run those. It would be a very similar install type process, and you can see, maybe you just want to see how secure your environments are. We're going to be doing that in the home lab here, in the Prolog lab. I'm going to make you guys secure some of my little Warewulf boxes. So, hello, got a question. Is it general practice to control Linux machines with GPO and domain? No. Nope. I've never seen GPO or any of that stuff ever do anything in Linux. No. The only thing that Linux ever does when it reaches up is it takes in, it allows, it's a trust, it's what we call a trust relationship, and it trusts usernames and passwords and groups and those kind of things. But it does not do any other GPO stuff. Like you can't configure my Linux box through your Windows stuff. No. I wouldn't ever allow that. No, that'd be pure insanity. But can you add all the users you want, and those users can come in? Yes, and I allow that because that's the way we do it. So, yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't allow GPO to control my Linux ever. No. Basically, the way I think of identity and access management, right? IAM. The way I think of that as a Linux engineer is this: one, I want to be completely out of the business of doing it. I do not want to be, as a Linux engineer, responsible for adding users to a flat file. I think that's one of the worst things in the world you could ever be part of. That would just be a nightmare, doing that across like thousands of nodes. So even with Ansible, that would be just terrible. But what I would do is this. What I like to do is, have any of you guys ever bought a house or went with somebody showing a house? Some of you have probably done this. And what happens is they go to the front of the house, and then they've got like a little code, or sometimes they've got a key, and they open a little thing on the front of the house, and that has the keys to the house inside of it. Then when they're done, they go and they put that back in the little lockbox out in front of the house, and that's the keys to the house. So the access to the house sits on the front of the house, and only people that have the proper access can get in. That's exactly how I do my authentication inside of the Linux world for these other systems. I put the ability on the outside for somebody within a certain group and within a certain permission set to come in, and then I connect into and trust the LDAP, whatever the AD or LDAP is, and then those users can come in, but I don't have to in any way deal with what users are on the system and what IDs and what groups they are and any of that stuff. Nope, if you want to get into my servers, you just need to be in the right group inside of Active Directory to come in. And basically that's all I do is I put a little lockbox out in front of it. And you might say, what is that lockbox? How does it work? It's in Etsy security access.conf. Let's just cat it. So what I can do is I can give users permissions to come into this box only if they follow certain rules or if they fall into certain groups. So all of my servers will always have tagged to whatever their name is, a group, and then active. So when users come into a team, teams can be tied to groups, and there can be a bunch of things that can happen. But then anybody in a certain group would be able to get down into my servers, and I built that all in as like automated processes. That's what I do professionally for all that anyways. In the home lab, it's just the wild, wild west, right? I just let you guys do whatever in there. All right. There we go. All right. So that's the labs. Let's see, what other things? We install Slurm. There's plenty of other things. There's a bunch of, so in the labs, there's just a good number of things to make you think about how some of these things might happen. Hello, mateys. How do you go about automating that briefly if you can? Yeah, so there's a couple of ways. I mean, if you're in a lab like this, so in my lab environment here, I would just go put it in the container. So let's say I built in, let's say I was allowing, where is it at? What the hell is this? All right. Let's say I jumped in here and I set this container up to be able to connect to my LDAP, right? Then I would, so I'm in this system here, so maybe I would need to do a DNF install SSSD. Like if I didn't have SSSD on the system, that's the kind of more modern way to connect back to LDAP. I'm not going to actually update this right now, I'm just showing you guys, but we would install SSSD. Then we would set that so that this container, when it comes up, would configure itself into trusting whatever Active Directory that we had. Once we got that part of the system up, then we would go in and we would limit down who could come into the box in Etsy security access.conf, and we would do that. If we found the steps, so I'm not going to actually do this right now, but if I found the steps and I built it all out and I wanted to put that into like a playbook to run against my live systems, all my systems here are all containers, so I don't care. Once I got the container up, this thing would just run. It would always just boot and be fine. But if I had to run it against other systems, yeah, I would just go figure out whatever I was doing, and then I would let's go back to root. Maybe I just go into Ansible. Oops, make dir Ansible, and then here in root Ansible, I would start to build out a playbook, and the playbook would be all of those changes and all those configs and turning on SSSD and the config and all those things on my live systems. So that would be the way that I'd go about doing that. I have a whole bunch for people that want to get into Ansible more. I have a whole bunch of labs here on how Ansible works right here, and we could go into that if you guys were interested. But they get more and more complex up until you're building playbooks and stuff. But yeah, I would just find my tasks and I would just make sure that they work, and then I would run them against my nodes. I tend to try to build everything into like my deploy, and as I build things, and then it makes it a lot easier for me to get everything. Like I can just go back and bake it into the initial build, and then I don't have to worry about how it works on a running system, if that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I try not to do anything like identity and access management, though, Alpaca. I try not to do anything local. By the way, did my thing break? It did break. There we go. Subtitles back. Get our subtitles back working. All right. So guys, we were trying to look at jobs, but man, none of the jobs were basic stuff. So we kind of stopped looking at jobs so much, and we were just kind of messing around in the Linux labs and looking at the different stuff that's there. So the main things that I would learn, if I were starting out again, was I would get as much time as I could in on Linux. I would go learn how Ansible works as a tool for automation, and if I didn't know what to automate, I would start to go and just do different tasks and things that people showed me, and I would figure out like, oh, that's kind of cool. That's how I set up NFS, or that's how I set up a Galaxy, and that's what I would work on and learn, if that kind of makes sense. So anyways, that's kind of my thoughts on that. What else do we got here? We have, by the way, so we got our Discord. You guys can go hang out in there. The little bot will welcome you as you pop in. You've got, if you come in and you want to do the Linux Systems Administration course, it is here on Prolog Projects. And this is all of the material that you need. You just have to go back 8 weeks or whatever. But the only person that can post in here is me. So I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in here. But you guys have all of this stuff, and then you can just start dropping threads in. So there's thread discussions that you can do. Then if you want to see all the old recordings, here's the playlist for all the system recordings. And those are all the YouTube playlists of that Linux Systems Administration course, right? So that's a completely free course that we're doing. We're up in Unit 9 now. I recorded that earlier today. But we've got all this stuff for you guys here. So, all right, anyways, that's I don't know why I was going off on that, but I need to do in the home lab. I need to build some stuff out, but I got to think about what I want to build. So here's one of the things real quick. So over here, when we look at kind of like how our resources are used, we've got these other nodes that people aren't really using much. These are the ones that get reported on every morning in our Discord. And I could strip these nodes out because these nodes are using some resources. Let's see what they're 4 gigs and some CPUs. I could strip all these out and I could make them into more Rocky boxes. So we could have more Rocky Linux. Or we could pull down and have other types of Linux in our lab if we want. We don't have to run. One of the cool things about Warewulf is we don't have to run all Rocky. We could run other versions of Linux. We have Rocky 8, Rocky. Oh, that's all I have in there. What I need to do, let's go look at some of the other. Let's go look at some of the other ones that are out there. So let's go to Docker container list Kali. Maybe let's see if there's any Kali Dockers out there. So I know people love Kali. There's some Kali. They've got Docker images, and we could pull this down, and we would then add it into our containers here, and then we would boot some of our nodes over to Kali Linux instead of being on Rocky if we wanted to. They are they're showing it here. Yeah, you could be in a Kali box here. We would be actually running it on a real virtual machine, not just in the container environment. So we could download this and build it locally if we wanted to, and then have it. We could do bleeding edge, experimental, Kali dev, and then also you got to remember when you download Kali. I don't know if any of you guys use Kali, but I imagine some of you security people do. Kali comes down with minimum packages on it, and then you've got to go download the different package sets that are interesting to you. Like if you want to do networking, in the base Kali install, you don't get all of the networking. There's like, I think the base Kali install is like 4 gigs or something. Yeah, let's go check. We don't have a Kali for a while, but host box. What's all these Kali? Yeah, they're all like 4 gigs, but then the networking, just the wireless networking is like 9 gigs of data if you want to download it all. So that's obviously not stuffed in these basic. Some of these are older, but still I have them just to keep them around. We haven't downloaded Kali in a while. We got some of the older ones here. Some of you guys know we can boot those in the lab environment if we ever need to. But I could also work on getting them in, and then we could boot. Like if we wanted to take all the Rocky boxes, like it would be as easy as this. If I go put a Kali image into our Rocky, and for this week we wanted to be on all Kali boxes, it would be just as simple as changing over the container image for each node. Right? And instead of being this one, it would be Rocky or Kali, and we reboot it. and they'd all come up as Kali instead of their Rocky boxes. So there's like, you got a lot of power here, a lot of things that you can kind of do. Let me go see, where's their, let's go see what they got over here on Docker. So this is Kali rolling. Kali latest 16 hours. So they're building these pretty regularly. Let's see what's over here. If you're unsure, use this one. Okay. So there's no tools by default. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Like nothing's there. So then you need to do, you need to add whatever tools you want, but you're going to greatly bloat your image when you do that. That's a very important thing. I used to show, I had a wireless lab that I used to do with my college students. I could show it to you guys if you want. But if you have a little Kali, where is that? Hold on. Let's go here. Actually, I think I got to go all the way up. I think I go here. Go to my Raspberry. Hold on. Raspberry Labs. And then this one was like my Kali. I have some Kali Bluetooth and wireless labs. Let's pull these up real quick here. Yeah, and then I show that when you go and look at this, how large is the Kali wireless package? Yeah, because the distributions don't put everything down. They're pretty small. They're pretty, I don't want to say minimal, but you get a lot more with these meta packages. Let's get verification. This, by the way, is up in the Discord. All my labs are up in the Discord somewhere if you want to go look for them. This one you would just look for like Raspberry. And then this shows you how to crack in this case, I'm showing you guys how to crack a handshake. You catch a handshake by doing a disconnect to everybody, and then you crack the password. Although we cheat because your Raspberry Pi doesn't have the power to brute it, so we cheat a little bit and do a dictionary where we know the password's in the dictionary, but it still shows you how it would work. If you typically what you would do is you would take this and you'd move it to a machine that had a little more horsepower or a cluster, and then you could really work on breaking into something. But I mean, if you want to get into somebody's wireless that bad, I mean, that's on you, I guess. But look, here's our meta packages. So here's all these. So over here, it was saying what package you would install. Large is going to give you, look how big large is. Hold on. It's interesting that they said large, but I don't see large here. Where's large? I don't see it on there. But then when you actually download it, it'll tell you how much it is. Look, oh, here's installation size of Kali Web is 4.9, 2.4. So if you're doing a lot with RFID, 1.5 extra gigs, but you wouldn't take those normally, right? Like you wouldn't want a bunch of RFID if you were just doing basic network stuff. There's PW tool for GPU tools. If you're not using that kind of stuff, why would you want that extra 6 gigs in your image? None of my images are anywhere near that big over here, right? Like what's our image size here? We were, and then we were doing u-sh dot. Here's the size of all my images here. 4.8 gigs for the GPU. Oh, no, sorry, gotta go into CH roots. Here's the size of all of those. They're pretty small, right? I wouldn't want to make one 15 gigs extra if I wasn't going to be using all those packages. It kind of seems silly. Yeah, look, this one's 15 gigs right here for everything. But Kali basic bare bones is 1.5 gigs. That's pretty reasonable, right? But the point is, what do you need? Like, what do you need? Do you need to do forensic stuff or no? But this, oh, we go to dark mode too. There you go, boom. All right, so we got all that stuff. We did some killer coda. What else do we have to do today? I don't really have anything that I have to do. Although the wife did just leave for a few hours, so she went to cut one of her friend's hairs on the other side of town, and she took my truck. So I don't even have my truck here, so I can't even go anywhere if I want to. So I guess you guys are stuck with me. I guess. Um, do some terraform. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done terraform in a long time. Um, I had a system. I used to do all the terraform. I could show you guys some terraform. Like, if you guys want to go down like memory lane. Oh, whoops. Oh, excuse me. Let's go. Here, I'll show you guys. Let's go down memory lane. This is old though. Let's go look at streams, CD2 code, Linux, and down in here, we used to run. This is how I used to deploy every Sunday when we would hop on back in the day when I first started streaming. Every Sunday, we would do this. I would do this. I would build out in my AWS. I would go build out a bunch of virtual machines for you guys, and it looked like this. AWS deploy with Vault. And now we're going to go down into our roles and look at the AWS deploy with Vault. And in here, this is a Ansible Galaxy, right? If you guys are familiar with those. And the tasks are simple. Watch what it does. It goes and it grabs some information from Vault. And then it gets a secret so that it can log in and get my AWS so it can go do stuff with AWS calls. And then it comes down here and it runs this Terraform deployment. I know it's super cheap, super cheesy way of running a Terraform deployment. And it would deploy into my US West 2 and it would deploy all this stuff with Terraform. So I'll show you guys how the Terraform worked here in a second. And then it would yell out to our Discord over here in Sandbox channel. So if you came to Sandbox, this is the same Ansible stuff I do all the time. But if we went up, oh man, we probably have to go back years now. But I'll pull it up for you guys. Hold on. See how far back in years we have to go. Probably way back. That's earlier. This is only this year. Let's see how much. Oh yeah. Well, people haven't. Hold on. Let's go to what's a keyword that would come up? Let's see if we can find it this way. And let's see if we can do. Well, I don't know. The search functionality inside of Discord isn't great, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, this is only back a little bit. Can I search in this channel for Terraform? Yeah, in channel, right? In channel. In. I don't know if this will work or not. Yeah, in. And then we'll say Sandbox. And then we want Terraform. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, this is how it used to work. So back in like 2022, I would push this out and then I would put a username and a password, and then any of you that were around back then, you could go jump into any of these EC2 instances and do Linux with me, right? So the Prolog Lab is live for the next 4 hours, deployed on this time and date, or this date, yeah, date and time. And then here was the username and here was the password for that one run. Prolog is okay-ish, 1340. And then you could go take any one of these. And then I said I took the last one and did a touch Etsy no login, so then nobody could log in the last one, right? No, Hello Mateys, it never cost me anything. Nope. Because, so, when you first get a AWS environment for the first year, you get 750 hours. So, for me to run these every Sunday for only like 4 or 8 hours, I never went over my 750 hours, so this was actually free. But, if I was going to be paying for it, if I was going to leave it running, it would be their 0.014 times, let's say I was going to run 10 machines for 8 hours. That's how much it would have cost me, $1.12. So, in the big scheme of things, it wouldn't be much to run this again. I just have to set some stuff up if I wanted to run this again. I broke some stuff in my environment to make this not work. And then we stopped doing it like this. This was the old way. And then I added an Ansible one because I wanted you guys doing Ansible with me. And the Ansible one looked like this. Yeah, this was the first one ever with Ansible. And then you had these were the Ansible ones, and then these were the Ansible targets for Ansible 1. So then you could go into this guy, and then you could mash on these ones, and then 2 was that. So then people could do Ansible stuff, and they could deploy stuff, and they could test stuff. So I did this, and then this one was still only like 15 nodes for 4 hours. That's only 60. Yeah, so we still stayed way under my time. So it was good. And then these were the people that used to hang out in here back in the day. Yeah, so, but anyways, let me show you what the Terraform looked like for that. So we'll go up into files, and then in here we had our Terraform stuff, and then in here was our main Terraform that got called. You want the main.tf. And this is how I called it. Now I have my own AMI that I built, and I used to build these with Packer and show them to you guys as we would package them up. Packer's a great tool for like downloading and building whatever you want into a container and then letting it run. But these would be the things. You needed to do this so that you could see your own metadata. So this was something I added later. And then this was just something I would change this each time. This is what I would change. Prolog is okay-ish, and then whatever the password was. And then this would just build out all of our nodes from this. This is user data. This is like a customization, and then that would allow my Amazon EFS to be mounted, so everybody would have the labs directory. So that was the thing that we used to do, yeah. But this is all Terraform right here. But I moved away from Terraform, guys, because I just ever since the business source licensing that they changed, that was bad, and then they got bought by IBM, and I was like, you know. So I kind of stayed away from them. I kind of let them just go off. So I haven't really built anything with Terraform in quite some time. Probably years now, a couple years. I did have a Terraform cert, but I let it lapse. I also had a Vault cert, and I let that one lapse too. Vault's still a pretty good tool. I think Vault is great, especially for what it does and for how free it is, as long as you're not competing with them. It's not free if you're competing with them on anything, right? So, all right. So there's all this. Yeah, we could, where's that at? Kali Linux rolling. Oh, excuse me. I mostly just use Ansible. I use Ansible for pretty much all my infrastructure as code. If I'm deploying stuff up into my XCPNG, I can use Ansible for most of this stuff. But now, once these are set up, like once Warewulf was up, now this is just container management stuff. So I just build the container management and just pushes to all my nodes. So that's like a little easier for me on that side. But if I need to push up new nodes or build new systems, I can use Ansible for that. So so here's my Warewulf nodes deploy and my lab deployer. Here's my lab environment for them. These are the nodes as I was building them. And then my actual playbook is a lab deployer. And then this goes and interacts with my XCPNG. Dead End, it's just because that works natively with Warewulf. We were actually talking about building some other ones in. I might be able to get. Let's see what other ones are out here. So, can I get an Alma Docker limit image? What does that look like? We can run Alma. I don't care much as long as it's something that's look at this kitten. That's funny. There's our Docker files for a certain version. There you go. Alma Linux latest. Download it. Play with it. I don't have Podman on here. Oh, I do have Podman on here. Do I have Podman on here? I do. All right, so I could pull that down there too. Yeah, I just picked Rocky was simple for me, so I did it. Plus, Rocky is close enough to Rel that people can use it for getting ready for most of their Rel certs if they wanted to. So that would be a benefit too. I had used all Alma Linux or all CentOS before, but then I had to move away from CentOS obviously when they're not supported anymore. So I'm gonna leave that up. I'll leave that up as the official image here. So I actually have some SUSE in my home lab environment. I was running SUSE professionally for some work a while back. I do have SUSE in my labs. Watch, I'll prove it. Where's he at? He's down here. OpenSUSE 15 is off. Yeah, OpenSUSE is there. And I was running Kiwi and Kiwi NG on there. So I was playing with that on there. But that node's off. I could turn that node on. I think I was just saving space here. How's my memory do? This box is my by far smallest box in my environment. He's only got 32 gigs of RAM, so he's kind of he's a little workhorse, but he doesn't have a lot of RAM. So these other boxes have 128 gigs, so they got a lot more space. Yeah, you can get, so all you need to do for anybody that wants to get into the labs, this is all you need to do. You need to go to the Professional Linux Users Group. You go to Prolog Projects. And the very first thing you would do is you would download like the syllabus here, which is in the project. You would find the syllabus. And the syllabus is going to give you all of the, I'll show you guys what the syllabus will show you. Here's the syllabus right here. And I was probably going to release it as a PDF because people want PDF because everybody can open a PDF, right? And then this is, it tells you about the course. The course is about 120 hours. It's a lot of theory, a lot of lab time, right? Hello, mateys. No, I don't. I mean, you just, as long as you're hanging out here, that's all you got to do. If you hang out here, if you hang out in the Discord, that's all I ask any of you guys do. The VM software, Filthy Snowman, over on the YouTube side, this is XCPNG. So it's just a base Type 1 hypervisor on all the nodes. And once you set them up and get them to a running, you add a username, a password, and a IP address, and then you can just run them from anywhere else. So they just sit behind me, and then I run all my Linux up inside of there. And it's actually really slick. If if you're in here building stuff, watch. Like if I went to like C router, and I wanted to change C router to any of those other Linux versions we were looking at earlier, watch this. I could go, well, hold on. Let's put that Kali 2019 in there and boot him to Kali 2019, and we could do that. So there's some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. Yep, same name on Twitch, Het Tanis. Yeah. Hello, mateys. I do have a book. The book is just us hanging out, and the book is exactly the. Hold on, I'm gonna show you that here in a second. But the book is actually just the lab stuff. So all these labs that we have, and it's just like digging deeper. I can give you guys the book info for people that want it. But yeah, I tell people all the time, you don't need to buy the book to hang out. You don't need to buy the book. Like that's just like extra stuff. But like the book is, it goes over these labs, and it acts more of like a. I want to say like, so the labs ask you stuff as you go, but they don't really make you spend a lot of time reflecting. And the book is more of like a reflection. Like you could take one of these labs that you might blow through in 5 minutes, and you could then go over and. You can like spend an hour in it and go look stuff up and answer. Like it's very Socratic. Do I understand this? Back and forth like that. So that's something to think about. Again, nobody has to buy the book. That's just hanging out. But yeah, we run that. So let me show you guys how to get in the lab for people that need to get in the lab environment. Here's the course. Here's what the course is trying to teach you guys and show you and stuff. And we're already halfway through the course, so all the course is there in Discord for you guys to go look at. But this is the connection here. So you come in as streamer1 at prolog.asuscom.com on :22. And when you connect in, you'll be in a jailed streamer session. got to put in a password. We've got the password in the Discord. If the way you find the password typically anytime is you go to where we were having the discussion. Oops, let me get out of here. Hold on. And you go look at the open chat here, and then somebody will have put it in the chat typically. Sometimes I'll ask, and I think Colchis normally puts it in there. So here's the username and password, right? Like somewhere up in here, right? Colchis is normally the one that pops it up for you guys. So that'll be there, and that'll tell you how to get in and stuff. Once you get in, you're in a jailed environment. You get launched over to one of the 19 Rocky servers, and you're in the exact same servers that I'm in right here. So I'm in Rocky 18 right here. You could be in the same server as me. When you're done with the server, you just reboot it. It'll kick you all the way out, and that node will come back up as a clean container image again. That's all it is. That's the whole lab thing. Then, if you're like, well, what do I do in the labs? Well, you come here, you go to the Prolog projects, and here's all the lab guides. So each week we have a different lab guide that's like, okay, the first one you just go in, you just look around Linux. Very similar to some of my early labs. Then the second one is, so then there's some discussion questions. Lab essentials, so moving around in the lab some more, right? And then 3 is like LVM and RAID. How do you set up logical volume management? You come into one of these machines. You're on Rocky 18. You do an fdisk-l grep for xvd, and you see all these disks, and you go, okay, he's got all these disks here. I'm actually surprised. He's got one more disk than I think he should have. That's I'm very shocked. I thought it was 1 15 gig disks and then 3. Hold on. That's weird. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, man, you guys will find out that I don't. Oh my god. How do I get anything done, guys? I don't. These nodes are clones. They're clones of the other nodes deployed with Ansible. Like they're... See, I do too many things, and in the home lab, like, you guys know, like in the... I tell you guys this all the time anyways, you might not know it, but professionally, I am like straight edge. But in the home lab, I'm very loose. It's Wild Wild West. We just launched, we run around like Yosemite Sam with our 2 pistols up in the air just shooting, right? So it's Wild Wild West in the lab, but I must have done that like one time when I was demoing something for you guys. I don't know. I don't remember doing that shit. But apparently Rocky 18 has another disk. Anyway, so then you say, well, do we have LVM? So PVS, VGS, LVS. We have no logical volume management set up on this box. Well, could I set it up? Yeah. PV create dev xvdb maybe, and then it'll add in, and then maybe C and E, and then I do a PVS, VGS, LVS. Now I've got physical volumes that have been given to the logical volume management system where I can carve it up. Anyways, that's what the labs are. The labs walk you through that. And then for people that are like, well, the labs are fine, but can you walk me through it? We also have I've recorded each session, so I walk you guys through it in each of the old sessions. In fact, I recorded 9 earlier today. But I got pissed off at least twice when I was recording that, so I don't think that's as good a recording as some of the other ones. Anyway, so come down here. You do all that. There's like 8 hours of work each week. So if you were gonna try to catch up, it's a lot to catch up, guys. It's a lot of work. And then I put in. Excuse me. This is the Unit 9 stuff. So this was what we recorded earlier today. We do a meeting every Saturday, and the meetings, if you ever go in Discord, our meetings are up here, and it really makes me mad. We're at 38 people. We had 208 people in here. And then when I was in Hawaii a couple weeks ago, I looked at my phone and something wiped it. It was some Discord process. And you say, how do you know? Well, because in Discord, I can actually go and I can see anybody that's deleted or created any events. And nobody deleted this. And nobody recreated it correctly either. So, like, it just wiped us down to 0. So then what happened was certain people came, like that Saturday, it was a week ago. And there was nobody, like nobody got alerted, so nobody came to the talk that I had. Even though I was flying back from Hawaii that day, I had somebody come in to talk to you guys. And then one of our other guys, Treasure, he's been running study groups. So if you want to come and talk about containers, Like, I only have so much time with you guys each week, but you can go and hang out. These are like study hangs down in like the study groups, and you can just go in there. And I always tell you guys this: if you guys are ever on hanging out, and somebody's down here in one of these voice channels, you can go hang out there with them. Hey Rob, how's it going? We're just hanging out. I was showing people about the Linux Systems Administration course that we're running. So I appreciate you raiding me. Are you raiding and running like normal? I know you normally raid out right before you go, but I definitely appreciate you coming by. I appreciate you trusting your community with me. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming by. We're just hanging out. What I was showing was in our group, in our Linux Systems Administration course, in our Discord. It's a completely free course, and it just makes you work through a bunch of project stuff as a systems administrator. This one was one that came up. I didn't like this because I wanted the formatting to look better. Let me open this in a browser so it's a little bigger. I'll make this a little bigger so you guys can actually read it. It's discussion post 9. You get your first ticket about a problem with containers. Right? Containers are new to your environment. Oh, Rob's finally going to sleep. Yeah, Rob works quite a bit. And Taramui raid. Yeah, I always joke around with raids. You got to pillage and then burn. You do it in a different order. You don't get as much stuff. So you always pillage first, then burn in a raid. That's a true thing. But anyway, so down here you get a container, and you got these dev environments. So everybody's running containers locally normally. Like devs run stuff locally and they build stuff. But now you want to push it up to like a shared server you have, and he gives you this information. This dev that you're working with. You're the Linux administrator. You have root. You have all this power. They start showing you, well, there's nothing running. They check the podman images, and then they do this run command right here to run whatever it is that they want to run. And then you go and you check out the server and you see this. And then I say, what do you think the problem is? Like, what could be stopping somebody from running a Docker container, container run on a port if there's just looking at that, right? And I try not to give away too much, but I said, what do you think the problem is? How could you test this? Could you verify that things are or aren't working? And then the developer tells you he's pulling a local image.
No
then you look
more
at that and you go, wait a minute, you're not pulling a local image, you're pulling something off of docker.io. The hell? You thought you were pulling something local. You're not pulling something local, you're pulling it from there. So now you got to correct that. You got to give him a little bit of hand slap for being a bad dev in the production. And well, this is dev environment before it goes to prod, right? But you got to remember, most people run containers locally, and then when they go to productionalize it, this is where these kind of nightmares happen. This is also the solution that Kubernetes brings, because we don't have to worry about the networking anymore. Kubernetes does it all for us. So, the modules being named units. Yeah, that's because I'm a college professor. I don't like calling things weeks. I like calling them units. Colkis, thanks for the resubscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Yeah, no more ads. That's always the best part. But anyways, this is what I was showing you guys, was just kind of this stuff. And we were talking about bringing in some new images, because in the home lab, in the Prolog lab that you guys have access to, we do everything in Rocky. So I was talking about doing some of this other stuff. But real quick, back to accessing. Once you get into that jail as streamer 1, you drop into one of the Rocky environments, and then you could go do whatever your labs are. These are all the topics for all the weeks right here. And again, we just did Unit 9, so we're in Unit 9 right now. Excuse me. We'll do Unit 10 next week, and then I think we finish right before the end of Christmas. Or we'll finish right after Christmas, but right before the end of the year, we'll finish. So this is what we've been doing all these different weeks here. And I've got labs and material for you guys to go and kind of get familiar. Now, the Linux Systems Administration course is not, strictly speaking, a technical course. It is technical, like I'm showing you technical things. But I'm not focused on like making you the best and knowing all the nuances of logical volume management or RAIDs. I show you them and I make you build them and stuff, but then it's more about how that interacts with the business and what people are going to ask you as trouble tickets and that kind of stuff. So I think that's kind of the thing that would be kind of valuable. Yeah, also, just because of the way that Twitch deletes things, I don't do any VODs on Twitch anymore. So like all my VODs are pretty much gone. So yeah, hello mateys. The goal of this all is to get you guys doing this stuff professionally, And then I always joke around, like, if you flip me a nickel later, you can, but everything I, like, make from all this streaming, like, I don't really make anything. Everything I get from streaming, I just turn back around into the group anyways, so that's all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know what? The Ansible stuff in week 14, I really should have been doing Ansible through the whole course, because I really do think Ansible's that important that I should just make you guys do Ansible the whole time. It shouldn't even be its own thing. But I think in the Ansible automation part, I'm going to show you guys how I do it as part of a team. Like Ansible on your own and just throwing it in like root Ansible and writing shit like that's fine. But I'm going to show you guys in there how I use it on big teams in like high performance compute clusters, and how I can make all the systems pull it, and how I can make, I'll probably show you guys that, because I think that would be really valuable to show you guys how we put all the roles in there, and then you can inherit any piece you want as you build a server. So what that does is I can build, like, let's say I go and find a solution for how all of our new like RHEL 9 boxes are going to do SSSD. And then you're tasked with building a new set of servers or whatever, and you're using Ansible to configure them. Well, what you can do is you can go down into like into the directory where we do all of our configurations, and you can just inherit that role, and then that would pull all of that in. And now you don't have to spend any time mucking around with SSSD. You don't have to spend any time mucking around with any of these configs. I've got it as its own completely decoupled package, and you just put it in and it just runs in your system. And then it becomes part of your build, and then it becomes a nice kind of thing. So yeah, and I only threw K3s up there because it was easier than deploying a full Kubernetes. That's the only reason I even used K3s. Not that I actually have any great love for K3s. And again, all this stuff is more tied back to how you're going to do it as a systems administrator. Even the Docker stuff, like Docker is heavily like our dev guys. Our dev guys are building stuff and running and deploying, and we are more like keeping the platform stable so that they can deploy to it, right? So, how's it going, Amber, over on the YouTube side? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just kind of hanging out, and then here's our suggested learning approach. By the way, this is a actual college syllabus I used to use at a college long ago that no longer exists. Here's you can use your own lab. You can use Killer Coda labs, you could use your own lab, or you could use our labs. And our labs are out here. Let's see. Are we on 9.3 or 9.4? Oh, we are 9.4. Oh, apparently we're on 9.4. I didn't know that. So anyways, that's the course. That's what we're doing around here. But that's not what we're doing right now. We're just hanging out right now. We were, I think right now we were messing around with, what were we doing? Oh, we were looking at Alma Linux, maybe pulling down a Docker file, because people were asking about maybe having different versions of Linux to use or play with, and we could do that. We could have different versions of this stuff for sure. So, we were looking at jobs earlier, but a lot of the job stuff was just, it was all like more mid-range, mid-career things. So we backed off of that a little bit. So I think that's what the title still says, but we're just kind of hanging out and working on lab stuff. So, yeah, so let me know if you guys have anything you want to ask about. Tree Track, you got Warewulf up and running on VirtualBox with 3 compute nodes. Are the nodes booting properly underneath it? That's really awesome if you got that working. John the Ripper on base images to crack the hashes. Nice. And working on Slurm install to manage workload for nodes. Nice. Nice. Hello Maze, does the Killer Coda go along with your lab stuff? So I have my own Killer Coda labs that I wrote, and they go along with like the book. But so one of the things that like the Killer Coda for me, I just wanted you guys to like get in and just touch the system as much as you can. Just do as much technical things and absorb as much as you could. But this is different than the Linux Systems Administration course, because in the administration course I'm trying to get you guys thinking more about the like how it interacts back with the business, so it's less technical. The Linux Systems Administration course really is a less technical course than just going and doing all these Linux labs. These Linux labs are discrete tasks like, hey, can I install Grafana to monitor Loki and these other tools? Boom. And then when I'm done with this, I can look at you and go like Neo and say, I know Kung Fu, and then Morpheus will go show me, right? Well, this is the idea that like when you're done with this, you should be able to tell me, I understand how Grafana gets installed. I understand how Loki sits in between that and Promtail, and then I can have Promtail send logs over and Loki to Loki, and then have Grafana pull them out and look at them, and then you say I can do all that. Amber, you got a Sophos XG310 and you're installing pfSense on it. Nice. What are you going to use pfSense for? I think that's a perfectly acceptable and good software, by the way, too. I've used a fair amount of pfSense for, I don't really use it for the firewall, but for the VPN. The VPN functionality of pfSense is really good. I'm not saying the firewall's bad. I don't know if the firewall's good or bad. I just know that pfSense is really good for a VPN endpoint. Just letting clients eat themselves over and get into your pfSense. So, Kolka said, noob question. I have multiple laptops and stuff that I want to utilize. If I do Proxmox on my server, would I need to install Proxmox on all the machines I want to put into the cluster? Yeah, Kolka, so Proxmox, in my understanding, is a Type 1 hypervisor, and I do think you would need to put that Type 1 hypervisor on each of your nodes that you want to function in your lab as a host. Yeah, you would have to do that. Yep. So think of it as, I don't use Proxmox. Some of you guys do, but it's the same thing with my XCPNG. These devices they're Type 1 hypervisors, so they're just blank hosts sitting there, and then you run guests on top of them. I have a lab. Hold on. I think I closed my other lab down. Hold on. Let's pull this up real quick. Hold on. By the way, I tell you guys all the time, I don't care if you know who I am. I'm a real person. Do I have... Hold on, I gotta pull up a new virtual. So this comes from a virtualization talk I did back in the day. Let's go here. Get this out of the way so you guys can see. Okay, all right. Let's move this over here and here. It's funny though. Almost every time I show my name up there, and again, I don't care, but almost every time I show my name on stream, I get an invite on LinkedIn, and I'm fine with it, you know. Yeah, I'm a real person, yeah. But almost all the time, like, you guys will, like, somebody will come find me on LinkedIn. All right, so this is a talk. I originally did this for the Professional Linux Users Group, and then I've also done this for my college students as well. But this is, like, virtualization and how it works. So, Kolkus, if you feel like a noob, maybe I can give you some of the little basics that'll help a little bit. So, again, if anybody wants to take notes, because if you look at any of this and go, I don't know what any of that means, then just take notes on it and you guys can study it later. Amber, you got IPsec running. Yep. OSPF, PIM. Nice. Yep. I'm a real person. Yeah, and if you ever put the name Scott anywhere in our Discord, the bot will find you and correct you. That bot, man. That bot's going to get himself timed out forever one day. Anyways, all right. So virtualization, right? Why virtualize, hypervisor types, what are the differences and how we use them, what are the network connection types that we use, and again, we have a hypervisor right here. I can pull up my little hypervisor, right? But what are the things that are happening in here? Because I don't have, like, inside of any of this, I don't have an actual, let's say I'm just on one of these machines like Rocky 2. There's nowhere to go plug in anymore because he's a guest. He's a virtual machine inside of a host hypervisor. So how do I get to him? How do I access him? How do I turn him on and off? How do I go plug a network cable into him? That's the kind of questions that these things are. Then we got virtual machine configurations. We have different files. We have OVA files. We have VMDK is a very common file type. And these are just, you can have a whole virtual machine contained in a file, and you can move it somewhere else, and you can run it on a different hypervisor. Amber, big fan of Juniper, and I'm doing the L3 on switches, so I'm doing transit network for uplink. Nice. Amber, you probably do more networking than most of us around here. I've stayed out of heavy networking for the last probably 15 years, but I still end up having to do it a little bit in the high performance compute space. Virtual machine configs. What does it mean to be a vCPU, and how does that work as far as we carve it up? CPU cores and how does that work inside of virtualization. I think I talk a little bit about vMemory as well, and then storage considerations and what does it mean to overcommit. Overcommitment's very bad in life. You can't be, married to two people. You get in trouble most of the time. But in systems world, we can overcommit. And we do that with thin provisioning and some of these other things that are kind of common terms around this. So why do we virtualize? This was my machine here. This was my Windows box, and this was before I taught a college class one time. I just went and grabbed the machine and said, hey, this machine's under a decent amount of load. But what's, poly something, yeah. But I looked at it and said, okay, what type of load is this machine under? And at the 1 second that we were looking at it, it was at 30%. But average, if I had to average this, I'd probably say under 20, maybe like 18% average if I had to guess. Maybe right at 20, but let's say like 18 is the average. So I look at this and I go, okay, philosophically, but also as an engineer, there's a concept that you have to understand here, where for every 1 second here, where we only used 15%, do you guys realize that 85% is lost forever? It is truly. We still were turning the same amount of electricity into power and heat. Electricity turns into heat right out of a CPU. But we lost 85%. Look at all this productivity lost right here. So to some people you might go, this system's not under heavy load. But to an engineer looking at a system, this system is underutilized. There's a problem here, right? So what do? We try to virtualize, and then now on those same systems, this is a similar view of up to 100% utilization, we have multiple machines, and for any one slice of time, we're doing time division multiplexing against the processor to say, well, with all of these cores and all of these nodes, we're still not anywhere near 100%. So what we're trying to do is squeeze more out of the hardware, right? This hardware is tremendously being underused. Now we got more things happening and more things going on, but we're still not squeezing that much out. So this is what we're trying to do with virtualization. Have you guys ever seen the college professors come in and they say, is this full? And then students are like, yeah, it's full. Like, look, it's full. And then they go, I can add this gravel. And then you say, is it full? And the students are like, well, it's obviously now full. And then you put in sand. And they're like, oh, God, this guy's too smart for us. But sand is definitely full. And then they put in coffee, right? Or there's always room. I got this from a funny little thing, so I gave them credit. But yeah, so the point is we can squeeze more and more out of this, right? And that's what virtualization is really about. So we come down here, and traditional architecture looks like this. This is my laptop here. It's some physical machine, and then we got a host OS on it, Windows or something, and I run all my apps. Everything going on, here's all my apps. But if I run like in this is a type 2 hypervisor, but we're going to get to that here in a second. In my host OS, I run a hypervisor, Oracle VirtualBox or VMware Player. I can stand up virtual machines inside of that, and those virtual machines are now hopefully squeezing more out of that architecture, out of that CPU backend. Again, they're doing time division multiplexing to try to get more and more of that CPU used. But you've probably used this. Some of you guys have probably had 10 virtual machines running, and your machine's still just chilling on CPU. So there's other bottlenecks, right, and other things that kind of come up. Oh, excuse me. So here's our roles of virtualization. We come down. Here's our hypervisor types. A type 1 hypervisor is the one that we use in the industry. This is the one that we use. We take a machine, we put a hypervisor directly on it. We can lock it down and secure it really well, and then we run guests on it. And this is wholly dedicated to just being a lean footprint of highly efficient back-end to front-end vCPU, vMemory, storage for all these machines. That's what it's doing. Hypervisor, ESXi is one of these that's very common. Proxmox is one of these. I use XCP-NG in my home lab here, and that's what my XCP-NG is doing. This is a physical machine. We can go look at it, and then here's its performance as it's chilling, with all these virtual machines on it. Now, I said that this is what we use in the industry professionally, and for prod environments, this is what we use. Type 2 hypervisors are much less used, but I'll tell you why they are used. These are never used for production environments, never. but it would be like an OS like Windows 10, and then we would put an application on it like Oracle VirtualBox or VMware Player or something, and then we would run these things on it and do whatever we needed. Now, I said that these are the only ones that we use in production in an enterprise. That's true. But these are very, very useful for developers. This is where our developers live. So, I'm over here maintaining these as a sysadmin and systems engineer, Linux side of things. And my devs are over here building stuff here that we can work on getting productionalized and move over here. However, we found a problem. As we do this, the virtual machines are sometimes, there's dependencies and there's architectures and there's other things, and there's a certain amount of bloat to these as well, where they're just not great to move from here to here. I can't just take a virtual machine that one of you guys builds and go drop it directly into my XCP-ng. I'm going to have to change some things. So what we did was, and this is why containerization is like the next layer, is, this is our hypervisors 1 and 2, right? That's the same thing I just described. Well, what containerization is very similar to a type 2 hypervisor in that you've got an operating system and then a container runtime. But then the container is very, very lightweight. It does not have a full operating system. It's just the libraries and packages that are needed to run the app. So this thing, theoretically, as long as the architecture of the underlying hardware is still x86 and within generalities, Windows or Linux are the same, then you can just pick this container up and move it anywhere. And that is a layer of, that is a fix to the problem of this. This was very difficult to just take something from one of your developers and drop it into a type 1. It didn't work. But this is very much simpler. There's very few moving parts inside of a container. It is just what you need to run. So if one of you guys built a Go, like one of our guys, Treasure, he built like some Go containers, I can download those from him. I can go put them on our system and run them in Kubernetes like that. And they'll just run. The Go is all compiled. It's in the container. It'll just work. It's that easy. I don't have to do a lot of tooling on that. I would not consider hypervisor and container runtimes. Okay, they're fair. They're different. They are further... it is a further layer of virtualization. Now, so they are similar in this way. Virtualization is the technology of jailing. It is still the technology of jailing, as is containerization. They're still just what originally was called like Solaris zones and stuff. Back when we were using those, back when Solaris was huge, that was the earliest type of thing. Yeah, microservice architecture is not for the faint of heart, and it is something that a lot of organizations back off of sometimes. Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Let's go here. So, network connection. You have a virtual NIC, vNIC, because you don't have an actual network interface card anymore. There's nothing physical about these machines anymore. So then we have a virtual switch, and that's typically called like a vSwitch. And there are pay-for versions of software for vSwitches. I don't know if you guys know this, but ESXi only had certain functionality, so some companies would pay to get the Cisco vSwitches, and they were more expensive, but they made your ESXi more powerful. So Dr. Wolf, we'll talk about Kubernetes here in a minute, but Kubernetes takes the idea of the container deployment here, and it makes the lifting and shifting easier. So you might have missed it earlier if you got here a little late. I was giving this talk right here. I was showing how your dev comes in and says he's got a problem running this pod. He's trying to run a container. It's a container, and he can't get it to start because he's using port 8080. And then you go look, and you're like, well, there's a reason you can't start with port 8080 on a machine. Well, that is an old nightmare that we used to have. If we have 10 devs trying to deploy to a non-prod server to get into their production CI/CD pipelines, you're not going to be able to. Everybody's going to have their steps, and their steps are going to be to their local stuff, and you're going to have to modify them as you deploy each person so they don't share the same ports, right? Well, what if Kubernetes did all that shit for you? You just give me a container and tell me where it is, and I'll let Kubernetes pick it up and go put it in. And the software-defined networking will take care of all that. I do have to define the ports, but I don't have to say, like, they're not tied directly to the system that they're on like they would in a normal like Docker or Podman or any of those. So anyways, that's that. Virtualization, yeah, you have virtual NICs and virtual switches. If you want to see that, it looks like this. Like, so any one of my nodes here, Rocky, he's got his networking. He's only got one. I only let them be on the lab internal, but the device that they're on has all these other networks that are allowed to connect. And there's a lab internal and there's a NIC 0. These are the two main ones, I think. Yeah. So some of these other nodes are allowed to connect out to, these ones are allowed to connect out to other ones as well. I think that's because, let's see, C-Router is a good example because he exists in both networks. So he exists in lab internal and network 0. So if we go to C-Router real quick, this is a fun one. Clear SSH C-Router. Oh, do I not have his? Oh, that's funny. He's not part of my cluster, so he is, I think I made him, hold on. I don't remember his password. Hold on real quick. Can I not go in C-Routers? Hold on. Scott at C-Router, maybe? I don't remember how to get in this box. I think I made him not able to be get in. Okay, all right, we'll go here. I think there's a reason I have him turned off like that. Let's go check. See what users I have on there. Oh, lab. It might be lab to get in there. Oh yeah, it would be lab. Lab would be able to get me in here. Hold on. I think. Yeah, there we go. So now C-Router, if we look at him briefly, he exists in both my 11 network and my 200 network, and he sits there like this, and he holds both of those networks, and he routes between him for the nodes that are internal to be able to get out, and then he also allows outside traffic to come in. So those networks, those devices that are in the 200 lab network, they can only come in and out through that node right there. I can reset the password if I needed to. Yeah. I can get in there if I needed to. I can always get into a box. If I have physical console to a box, I can always get into it. Now I might have to blow away the password, but yeah, you can always get in a node if you have physical access to it. All right. Anyways, I was just showing you guys that because that device has more networks because he's doing a function. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think he's allowing traffic through there. Anyways, so that's that. Hello mateys, which way are you trying to get into your node? You either got to drop to single user mode, or nowadays it's the more common way now in Red Hat is you drop into, what the hell's the name of that shell? It's not single user anymore. It's called like we could go look it up. I forget right off. Anyways, let's keep going on this. Virtual NIC. All right. So since you're no longer dealing with a physical system, everything's configured from what it gets from the hypervisor. So you get virtual CPUs and virtual RAM, and sometimes they can be cold or hot. So cold means that you can't change it live. Hot means you can change it live, but almost universally you can only go up. If you ever go down, you probably are going to have to reboot the machine because you'll get really weird shit. If processes are running and CPUs were to disappear, you'd get some really weird stuff happening inside a Linux kernel. So I would definitely watch out or stay away from that. All right. Oh, I'm hiccuping over here. So hardware virtualization assist. So you used to have HAV turned on. Nowadays that's all on. Anything past like 2012 is probably going to have this on. Intel calls this VT, or virtualization technology. AMD calls this AMD-V. You won't see this turned off on anything that you bought in the last 12 years. So, Yeah, you won't see this. But then you've got the old CPU cores, and then now you have more logical cores, and then you got hyper-threading, so even more cores are seen. So where I'm going with that is you can give a certain number of virtual machines or virtual CPUs to a machine. So if I go to like my Rocky box here, and I right-click and I go to its properties, if it was turned off, I could add to the number of virtual CPUs. So this is obviously cold CPU technology, but that's because this is an older tool and XCP-NG really isn't being supported much anymore. So you don't get the hot swapping, but we could give it more if we had the ability. And we can say, are they cores on the same socket or are they on separate cores within the actual host hypervisor? So we can change that. We could also see that if we were to go build a machine. If I just said I want a new VM, let's just build a new virtual machine, and we'll take it from Ubuntu hardened, right? That's one of our test box. Right, we'll just call it test box. And we can give it an empty drive if we had it, or we could just leave it empty. If we wanted to, we can install any of these things as we built it. And then we come down here, because that thing's already built. We can go put it on a certain machine, so we'll put it there. And then the CPU, we could say, you know what, go ahead and give him 8 cores, and we want them to be one socket with 8 cores per socket, or 8. So I'd rather have them spread across multiple cores, right? So it's not as big of a problem. And then typically, so this is not a hard fast rule, guys, but in the high performance compute space, I will typically, for any one CPU I have 2 gigs of RAM. So I might do something like this. So for 4, I would have 2 or 8, and that goes all the way up. Like I have certain servers where I have 512 cores in them. Yeah, I have that many in some of my servers. 512 cores. I will have a terabyte or sometimes 2 terabytes of RAM, but I will always keep the cardinality the same across all my different servers. So what I mean by that is, if a server has 256 cores, let's say I'm doing 4-to-1. So I have 512 cores and 2 terabytes of RAM in a machine, and I do have machines that do that. But then I go down from 512, I go to 256, then I go to 1 terabyte of RAM, and that would be the same 4-to-1, and then that would be all good. Yeah. Colchis, this is not down here in my home lab. This is up in. I have servers, guys. I have servers that are about this big. I was actually working on one of these the other day. I went and looked up how much this server was worth. This server was worth more than my other house. I have a house that my brother lives in, and this server was worth about $450. It was this big. Had a whole bunch of GPUs in it. Yeah, that thing was a monster. About $450K. 450,000 for that one. It'd be about a 6U, maybe 8U server. It was not very big at all, and it was like I could take it out and drop it, and it would be worth more. Well, it would be worth less than my house then, but it's worth more than. Yeah, it's an HPC server. Yeah, it was a GPU system. It had 2 of the A100s on them, whatever those are called. I don't do a lot with that. I mostly do the. I was fixing that server for a customer because they had a bad motherboard, and I had to go out there. Who insures that? Well, that whole cluster was worth many millions. So, yeah. So this is what we do, guys. We figure this stuff out. But anyway, so this is the virtualization. Storage, you only have so much storage, but here's the thing. If you thin provision storage, so let's say you thin provision 80 gigs of storage for all your boxes, but you only have 100 gigs total. I only have 100 gigs total of storage over here, but I thin provision a bunch of 80 gigs for everybody. And I have 10 machines that all have 80 gigs, but they're all thin provision, so they're all using like 5 gigs, and they're hanging out at like 50%. But they can expand out and fill up my overall storage. Oh, man. And that would be something to think about, right? Like, how much overcommitment are you going to give in an environment? Most people won't go more than 4 times overcommitment of what they have. Hello, mateys. I was so sick last night. I streamed last night, hung out with you guys a little bit, and then I just I didn't stream. I did the live session. And then I just laid down back here, and I got this beanbag chair behind me that the wife sits in a lot. And I just sat in that and pulled up a little thing, and I got so cold. I don't know what was going on, because Phoenix isn't cold at all. And then I just sat in my, I basically went to bed at about 7 o'clock last night. And I was in bed till about 9 this morning, just shivering. And I had to keep drinking water But I had 101.5 fever. The wife took my temperature. But I told her, I was like, I drank cold water like 5 minutes before she took it. And I told her, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that my temperature would have been higher if I hadn't drank that water. Because I don't think you're allowed to drink water right before temperature. But we really should have just done one of the little forehead things. I think we have a forehead one somewhere. But she made me put it under my tongue, so whatever. All right, storage. And then overcommitment, this is what I was talking about. Some people don't go more than 3 to 1. And typically overcommitments are, RAM is typically a pretty safe place to do overcommitments. That's where I see them the most. CPUs, not really. And then this goes into why virtual machines are not good for database. Even today, 20 years of using virtual machines, databases are terrible on virtual machines still to this day. And the reason is because a database wants to just, database like gets in and it like unloads all its stuff and like, and it just like sits like this and goes, I'm just going to take all this RAM I got. Like databases control all the RAM. They want to pull everything into RAM that they can see. And they're like a big blob. They're like the hedonism bot from, if you guys remember hedonism bot from Futurama. He's just like, I regret nothing, right? He's this bot that's always like sticking grapes in his mouth, and I love hedonism bot. He's really funny. But anyways, that's that. So review. Why do we virtualize? We're trying to squeeze more out of the hardware. The hypervisor types, there's a type 1 and type 2. You want to know those. The differences are whether or not there's an underlying OS below the hypervisor, or if the hypervisor is the bare metal OS, right? Yeah, I/O on the disk as well, for sure. Then you've got network connection types, and you got your vCPU, your V networks and your vNICs on your devices, and then your vSwitches, and those have to be talking to each other correctly. I can't tell you how many times over the years, and this would be more, I'm showing you here, but this would be more in like an ESXi or VMware space, where like the hypervisor here doesn't have all the VLANs that all the other ones have. Maybe it just didn't get configured, or maybe it didn't get updated. But then like one of these ones has to purge all of its nodes. So all of the nodes move over to another one, and that's a successful event. But then after that successful event happens, and the VMware team's like, well, our stuff's good, you start getting all these calls because certain devices aren't talking to other devices anymore. And it's because this virtual machine doesn't have all the all the virtual networks, right? Somebody help me out here. VLAN. It doesn't have all the VLAN assignments, so it can't give it to the nodes inside of it. And while the nodes started successfully, it couldn't get all its networks back up. And I've probably seen that happen about 20 times in my career, where differences in your underlying hypervisor configs can, the movement, the vMotion between them can work, but does the node actually work? No, it breaks. Yeah, VLANs. All right, so that's that. If you need to contact me, join the Discord. Discord's free. You guys can hang out down there as much as you want. Look at this. Ask questions. It's one of my favorite things I've ever done in PowerPoint right there. Yeah, cool, because hopefully that stuff's useful. Time's up. I read a little tutorial on YouTube, or I watched a YouTube tutorial about that. This is up in Discord somewhere too. All my presentations are up in Discord under presentations. So if you go up and down here, Socratic Method Linux, where we go over and we ask ourselves questions about Linux and can we answer them. Pretty sure this one's up here somewhere. Anyways, there's all the different stuff that we've talked about over the years. Subnetting, if you guys want to do subnetting and learn how to do that. So, all right. So where are we at here? We've done all that. We've looked at the Discord. Discord's free. You guys have Linux Systems Administration in there that you guys can go do. What else do we got here? Yeah. Well, Amber, hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. That's the goal. To get you guys doing this stuff and getting in here and figuring it out. I didn't finish the Grafana one, but that's fine. We didn't need to do that. LogSec is really good if you guys want to get into taking notes and just being good at taking notes and stuff. I think you should practice. keeping track of stuff, right? I don't care what notepad you use. Just find something that helps you keep track of your thoughts. Excalidraw is a really good little tool. We can even share our sessions. I was sharing this with you guys yesterday, and people were in here drawing and working on stuff. I think people were even drawing stuff in here. What is this little thing? Somebody was way down in here, right? Oh, you can ask me networking stuff. I don't know that I know networking any better than anybody else anymore, but I mean, I have some knowledge of networking. But yeah, Amber, you can ask me that. You can also ask it in the Discord too if you want. Because we got some other networking people around too, who like to solve questions for people and stuff. You guys are welcome to hang out and do that. What should we do now? We play video games, but I don't know. Video games are too. I don't like doing video games when we got a whole bunch of people hanging out. I'd rather us work on other stuff. So, what I could do is start working on the lab stuff for next week for Unit 10. I could start building that stuff out, but maybe I'll start doing that during the week. So that's not really to do some hack the box. I've never done any hack the box stuff. I have a specific problem with that site and those sites in general. Street Track, feel better? Yeah, thank you for that. I don't know, man. I'll probably go take a nap here in a little bit too, because I'm definitely like low energy right now. If anybody wants to hear my problem with those sites, it's not that I dislike when people incorrectly use the term hacking. Like if it's a lab, call it a lab. But, you know, labs are fine. There's nothing wrong with labs. Everybody learns with labs. But hacking is the idea that you work against a set of inputs until you get the proper outputs. So I never liked people incorrectly using the term hacking. Also, hacking has nothing to do with getting into systems either. It's all about figuring out how a system works. And hacking has nothing to do with whether you own a system or not. You can hack away as an engineer on a system that you just got from a vendor, and you just are reading the manual and hacking away at the system. That's, you know. Anyway, so my problem with those is, you know, they tell you to hack something, but you're really doing a lab. I never really got that. But maybe that's just me. So anyways, I never done any of those things. Plus, I was around when we used to call it rooting a box. So I don't even know when it started getting called whatever else people call it nowadays. And I was around when it wasn't even illegal. Like it was, there were no laws against getting into other people's servers. It was considered bad juju, and I mean, you would get like a cease and desist letter, but there was no law against it when I was coming up. You took over somebody's box, you just took it over until they gave you the boot, because they physically have access to it, so they can always take it back. But yeah. Anyways, my point is, like, we used to just call it rooting boxes, and we'd have root events. But yeah. It's, I mean, who even knows anymore? What are we doing here? I don't really have anything else. I could start to build. Let's see what we got here. Do I want to pull down like an Alma Linux and see if I can build whoops. I want to see if there's any Warewulf builds. Well, I know how to build these images. I want to see if they have. See how these guys are doing it. Wow. That's wonderful. That's a long shell script right there. I don't want all that. I just wanted to see if they had the... That's too much work. I could just... anyways, we'll see what's going on. Hack This Site was a good one I learned with, but a lot of tests don't work very well anymore. Yeah. Splinter asked what program I'm using for taking notes. Logsec, LOGSEQ. This is one that I use often. I'm also a big fan of Notepad++. I use this one often as well. So Notepad++ is probably the one I go to the most professionally. But when I'm kind of hanging out with you guys, I kind of like the stuff I can show you with Logsec right here. So this is LOGSEQ, and it looks right here. It's free, logsec.com, and then you can run it on any of your different things. And there's some pretty good, yeah, there's some pretty good stuff in there, I think. Let's see what we got here. Alright, so now I got my Alma Linux here. It's 193 megs. Seems a little small. But let's see if we can't... see if we can get in here. Let's see what they got here. We could just pull one directly down. Let's see if that works. So, I haven't tried to do this before. Let's see. Oh, we might need the whole name. So, we might need the full. One like this. Oh, and I need to call it a name too. Let's pull that off again to make sure it wasn't that. Nope. Okay. So we do need to figure out how to get So we're gonna need a bootable image no matter what we do. So this is the way you could download one locally. Here we go. So we can get Alpine latest into Alpine tar and then import that. So this would be, and actually we could do Podman save. Let's try this. This is how they do it at work too, but I've never been involved with this part. Let's just save this local to a tar file and then see if we can run it. Of course, it's probably not going to boot still. So yeah. The Logsec is a pretty good little tool in general. I think they've got a pretty good little setup. Good little. I mean, there's so many cool things that, like, even when I look at it later, I find other cool things. One of the guys was showing me yesterday. You could just, I could do all this stuff, and then I could say, and I could just start drawing right here, and just, get into. All right, test build, and then, right? Something like that. Anyways, then you could just, do whatever you want in that environment, and then you could save those. You can actually save those as your own little things and share them to people and just do all kinds of stuff. So you got a lot of power there. All right, let's go back to here. We're gonna see if we can import this, although it probably doesn't have the bootable. Tar to Alma. So this will be moved into our system, but again, it probably won't be bootable, but that's fine. We could still at least play with it and see. Then we could put a note on it pretty quick. We'll go take like Rocky 19 that probably nobody's using. Nobody's on Rocky 19. All right, so www.ctl no image container list, right? So now there's our Alma Linux, and I can say www.ctl node. Let's just say node list Rocky 19-A container. So he's got this other container, and then we'll say set and Control-Shift-R. I was doing some shit with container images. Was that all I got? Huh. Pretty sure I have different versions of, well. Okay, here. Rocky 19. We'll change them to Alma. Now if I go look at all my nodes, right here, and just look for container, we'll see one of them on that. See, 19 is on Alma Linux. And then we just go back over here and go into 19. Oh, before we do that, real quick, whoops. We also want to do a container build. Maybe, well, I don't know. Let's do a container build anyways. Let's try this one thing real quick. Oh, this probably isn't going to boot, but that's fine. Container build. Let's just make sure it can build the container real quick. And then let's just build it real quick. Alright. Overlay build, Rocky 19, so it's faster. We'll just do the one. And then we'll come over here and reboot. Alright. So now he's rebooting, and we're going to come over here and we're going to watch him reboot. Where's he at? Come here. 19. If he can't boot, which I suspect he can't, we're going to know why. I suspect he's not going to get out of single user mode. But we kind of expected that a little bit. Yeah, Colchis, I was the red team lead for AAA for a while there. I was the red team technical lead. And the amount of actual pen testing even that we did was very little. So look, it's going to go poll. It's going to see that it's the right machine. It's pulling its Alma Linux. Let's see if it can get its container. Oh, we got an error. Okay. Which makes sense because, the kernel's not going to be able to boot. So that's fine. But yeah, the limiting scope of things that people end up doing. Yeah, Colchis. Well, it's planning, right? For red teaming, it's planning, and planning is always scoping down to where it's not even useful. And then it's doing stuff for like 3 weeks, and then it's doing the write-ups. Yeah, and doing the stuff is like, I mean, I think it's silliness. It's actually my dissertation for my doctorate is around whether or not any of those activities are actually even beneficial for a team. I don't think those activities do anything to maintain or keep. I don't think they have any direct relation on stopping external compromise. I really don't. And I intend to kind of prove that in my research, so that's kind of what my dissertation's on. This node's going to boot forever. We need to fix that, so we'll go back to setting him to... Oops. we're going to set him back to... where's all the nodes at? Where's all the nodes? We're going to set him back to that one. And then we're going to rebuild it. And then if we reboot him, he'll come up now, right? All right, we got to troubleshoot that a little bit. There's some reason that's not coming up, but we'll figure that out. Scoping, yeah, scoping is like, well, we'll just pretend to punch, and that's like, well, if you go and that's all you ever do, how do you know if your defenses are actually any good? Also, I mean, in the big scheme of things, why don't you just do like what the cloud providers do, and that's just lock it all up and do defense in depth? Why are we running honeypots and all these other things that are just, I mean, they're just asinine. So, you know, just something to think about. I don't know. I'm probably more highly opinionated because I've watched that not do anything effective for longer than I've seen it be effective. So that's probably why I care about that in some way. Let's watch this boot. He'll boot back up. Yeah, he's going to come back up. He'll boot back to the old image right here. Right there. Yep, there's his old container, and he's got his overlays and stuff, so it'll be fine. All right. So here's the. I'll post this for you guys if you guys haven't been around. Here's our Discord. It's free, doesn't cost anything. Hang out with other engineers. I'll go drop it over here on the YouTube side too. You guys are always welcome to hang out down there and talk shop with people. I tell you guys all the time, it's much more persistent than this. Like, I miss chat all the time. I miss talking and stuff. I never know what's going on. But if you're there, you know, it's much more give and take with people. And if nothing else, you can just ask the bot to talk to you, and the bot will talk to you if you need to. So the bot, yeah, the bot. Not the bottle. The bot will talk to you. Closed captioning is so terrible sometimes. Just so terrible. I look down there sometimes and it's not even saying anything near what I'm talking about. But, alright. If anybody's wondering how we do that, that's just PowerPoint behind everything. PowerPoint in presentation mode will do some pretty accurate CC. So it's actually pretty good. So, alright. Yeah, that's just fun stuff. All right, so we need to then let's see. So we tried that one. So that would be Alpine. Do squid proxies. We don't need any of that stuff. We don't need sync users. That's all fine. Let's see what these guys say. I don't want that. Let's see. Let's see what's going on with OCI. It's under Linux Foundation, that's good. So it's to give a certain spec for how we build things. wonder if they have an actual... That's fine. I wonder if they have any actual list of them. I'm fine with all this. I'm not worried about all this stuff. It's fine. You only need to dig into those specs if something's busted, typically. What I need to find is... I want OCI compliant Kali download. Let's see if there's any... So we need to find where there's a list. See if there's lists somewhere of things that are within the standard of the spec. We could sign up for one and then see what's in there. Or instead of that, we'll go look to see if there's any other ones. It's accepted as a CNCF sandbox, that's awesome. Yeah. Interesting, but not what we need. Again, we're not working too hard. We're just kind of looking. I'm trying to figure out some stuff in the cluster. Trying to figure out how I could build more tools, more different images, and I need to have an OCI compliant image. So I need to make sure that I'm following that specification for my deployments. I wonder if anybody has, like, is there a tag on some... can we get out of here? I've actually thought about just paying Medium so I don't have to see their shit anymore. Like they've beaten me down with stuff just coming in my face all the time for just always popping up and saying, well, if you bought it, you'd be able to read it. It's super annoying. OCI, okay. I think this is all fine. I need to see if they have... Where are the compliant images? I know how all this stuff works. Well, anyways. We'll have to look at... I'll have to look around for it, and it looks like they've got their stuff. Wonder what other ones they have out there. ghrcr.io. What is that? Anyways, alright. Where's Wolf actually booting the VM Rocky 19 from the container as a boot image, or is it just running the container on top? No, so Amber, what it does is it gets all packaged up. So this container, when we do a build, so we container build on like this Rocky whatever. Now he's already built, but we'll just build him anyways again. It'll have a package, and that package will be called like varlib, Warewulf provision. You'll see it here in a second. And that'll be sitting there ready to run. And then there's also these overlays. And there's two types of overlays. There's system overlays and runtime overlays, right? Those two types have to be there for a system to boot. And let's do a container build real quick and I'll show you. Now when the node comes up, it's going to pull varlib, Warewulf provision, Rocky Linux image. And in that image, there's going to be a init ramfs and a kernel. And we could just reboot Rocky 19 to see this happen now, if we want. And just reboot them. but he picks it up by, he does a DHCP call to the network, right? DHCP is just a broadcast on Mac at layer 2, right? A Mac, it's all Fs, and it says, hey, help me out, and then this device responds. He responds with, hey, you're this guy on the network. So tail-f var log Warewulf, and then we're going to grep-vi for runtime. We don't want to see the runtime images of all the environment. But as this node boots, he's going to do his DHCP, figure out who he is, right? He has no normal boot, so he goes to his iPixie. It's going to then pull that container image right there. You're going to see him pull the Warewulf. It pulls the drakut stuff as well. And then there's that var lib Warewulf chroots Rocky. And there's his kernel. And there's his initramfs. And then there's the image right there. So this is just a bare machine, right? It's a virtual machine, but it's just a bare machine. And then it pulls that all down and runs it. Well, this question, no, it's good that you asked this, because this question came up the other day when I was doing the training, and they're like, well, where's all the containers at? So then it puts containers on top, and I'm like, no. All the machines are just Linux boxes. Like, this is just going to be a Rocky Linux box. The container never leaves over here. This is going to be a normal Linux machine that you can interact with like a normal Linux machine. And he's going to pull everything down, and then he's going to be a running Linux box on there. He's just going to open everything up and be Linux. He runs the kernel, he runs the initramfs. He does a change route over to his ramfs, because he uses tempfs or ramfs. We can check it when he comes up. But the point is, the only containerization is in your prep work on the Warewulf server. No containerization happens out in the nodes unless you wanted it to, which we have some Kubernetes in some of our labs. You could run Kubernetes on top of all this, but look, here he's booting. Now he's pulling down his system image. These are all of his system images here, system overlays, rather. So this is a system overlay right here. So his provision overlay system. This is how he first boots. And then after that, every 10 minutes in our cluster, he's going to pull his, what are they called? The runtime overlays, or whatever. It's very similar to that, Amber. And a lot of government customers have been running this. I've been deploying this on more and more of this than any other thing that I've been deploying recently on systems. Is this Warewulf stuff? So, although I don't normally do that image part of it, so I need to learn the image part a little better. One of my other guys does the image stuff. I come in later and I do. So after he puts the base images on, I've been coming in and doing all the what's it called? I do all the stigging and all the hardening of the nodes. So that's STIG. So, all right. Yeah, it's a pretty good little tool. And it's just going to boot up. It gives us a warning, but it's going to boot still. So, all right. Thanks for the follows, guys. If I missed anybody, I definitely appreciate you guys coming by. You guys are always welcome to hang out down in Discord. Here's our Discord link again. And on the YouTube side, it's in the description, so you guys can find it down there if you want. Yeah, let me stop this. So, I need to make sure that I'll just need to go in here and check some of these, see if any of these are OC compliant. Thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it. You guys can use your Prime anywhere, but you choose to use it here.
Thanks for the info, man.
Yeah, hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. I'm glad my little things are working again. Those aren't always working, but I need to see. Hold on, let's see if OCI. Let's see if they're doing OCI stuff here. So in here, 99. Let's see what this is. So. So it'd be interesting if, when it's OCI, if that's compliant to boot. Have to go look at that. Recently uploaded, probably that same guy. No? Yeah, maybe we'll try to download that here in a minute. Alright, I'll take a quick break, guys. Let's go take a quick break. I'll put my little hourglass up. You know what we haven't checked on today? We haven't checked on Ranger. How's Ranger doing? Let's put this up and say quick break. Let's go there. Start. Boom. And then Ranger cam. How's Ranger doing? Oh, look at that Ranger dog down there. Ranger being nice and lazy. Alright, I'll be back, guys. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Let's see. Who's in charge? Jack's in charge till I get back. Over on the Twitch side of things. Amber's in charge on the YouTube side of things. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Hey YouTube, over on the YouTube side. Thanks for stopping by. We're still in break. And you guys are gonna make fun of me, but I don't care. I had to get a blanket because I'm cold. And the blanket I got is my wife's blanket. And it's very fuzzy, but it's also got flowers on it, so you guys are probably gonna make fun of me. But I don't care because I'm getting cold again. I got really cold yesterday and had to lay in bed with like a fever for the most of the night. I had 101 fever. That was pretty wild. I couldn't believe it. I woke up today pretty good, but I'm a little sniffly. Ranger didn't care. Ranger just guarded downstairs. Yeah, Cold Kiss. Ranger definitely has a pretty charmed kind of life. Right? Oh, alright. So, we could keep crawling around on the systems. Yeah, the seasons of colds, man. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't feel like I have a cold. I just, man. But let me float this. I was just thinking about this. What if we had a? Wonder how much you guys would like if I did like a. What if we did like a thing down in the Discord once every 3 months or something, and I just invite. I'll just go on LinkedIn, and you know how you get like all these. I have so many damn recruiters that have managed to worm their way into my friends. What if I'll pop this back on. Yeah, I know I'm wrapped up in a blanket, but it's my wife's blanket. But what if I just threw together like a little event for everybody, and I just let some of those recruiters come and talk to you guys, and they'll just post all their, like I'll just tell them, hey, you guys have 15 minutes, 20 minutes each to talk to these guys, and people can come in and they can ask them questions, they can ask them what they're looking for or whatever, ask them what they're seeing in the job world. I think that would be kind of a good thing. If we could get enough people interested in doing that, I think that would be possibly a pretty valuable thing for people, because I know quite a few tech recruiters that I could probably get to come talk, especially if they hear that there's 3,200 people in the server now. Back when we had under 1,000, nobody would even respond to me. But now when we're like over 3,200, it's like, I mean, even if we could get like, if we could get like 50 people to say they're coming, to, it'd just be like a free job fair day. And we would just have the job people come and tell you all the jobs, and then they would just give you their contact info if you wanted to message them. I think that would be kind of cool. Because here's the thing, guys. I'm not trying to make any money off the Discord. I wouldn't charge anybody for it. I wouldn't charge them to come talk to you guys. I wouldn't charge you guys to go to, like, none of that stuff. I just would want to get you guys to the people that want to hire you, and you guys. Yeah, and I know most of the recruiters, Colchis. Like, I know the ones that I would bring in, and I know the jobs that they have. Like, some of them are pretty good. But even if they just came and talked to you guys about like what their companies are hiring for and what they're looking for, and what they've seen be successful in getting past their interview type thing, I think that would be valuable. I mean, I think I've told you guys, like, the last 10 jobs I've gotten were because I knew people and people knew to reach out to me. But I do know that this is a hard market, so anything that could get you guys networking with people. Yeah, because, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, it's not like they're going to take your info unless you send it to them. I'll tell them, like, hey, you can talk to the guys, you can tell them about your position, you can answer questions, and then I'll say, like, and then at the end, if you want to give everybody your info for, maybe have a job page of all the jobs you guys have open, and tell the people to reach out to you if they have any questions on it. I think that would be kind of good. I think that would be a fun little exercise, like a little virtual job fair. Yeah, maybe we'll set that up. See if I can get any recruiters. It's hard to get recruiters, man. Like, recruiters will bug me all fucking day. And then when I'm like, hey guys, you want to come talk to the group? Crickets. I don't hear nothing from them. And I'm like, what happened to all these times you reached out to me when I wasn't even looking? But I want you to come talk to a group of engineers. I hear crickets from people. But I don't know, maybe I can get them to come if I tell them it's like a big virtual job fair type day, I think that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, we'll have to hash that out a little bit. But again, it would all be free, because like this stuff should be free. I think getting the jobs, it should be free when you're trying to get the job, and then after you get the job, if you want to like flip a nickel back to somebody, you can. But like, I don't think you should have to do. I don't like the pay $2,000 up front to find a job. I think that's wild. And there's people that do that. I mean, there's people that pay all kinds of money to find work, and I'm like, man, that's the time when you need the money, is when you don't have the job, But I don't know. What do I know? I'm just over here cold under my wife's blanket. I turned off the fan that comes into my room. That fan hasn't been off since summer started out here in Phoenix. Summer started in March this year. And it ended like last week. I told you guys, it was like October 7th. We hit 116 here still. It was wild. You never heard of that, Colchis? Oh, I've heard of paying recruiters up front. I've heard people paying up front for sure. I've also heard of it, like businesses will do it sometimes. Like I've heard of it as like a severance package. They'll get you a recruiter for like 3 months that'll try to find you a job when they let you go. I've seen people let go with cause and still get really nice like severance packages from companies. So, what can you do? All right. But you guys know how to get in here, look at the courses. You guys know how to get in here and look at the, here's all the recordings and different interesting stuff. Guys, there's a bunch of free certs you can go get. If you're like, hey, I don't want to hear this guy one more second and I don't want to do any stuff, but I want to go get free certs. There are free certifications out there in the world that you can go take. Here are a bunch of them. If you have nothing on your resume, you know, all you've done up until this point in your life is break rocks, and you want to get something on your resume, here you go. By the way, there's nothing wrong with breaking rocks. I'm just saying you might need a little bit more on your resume than, you know, Rocky Stonebreaker dot whatever, you know. So this is another thing to go get some experience in. So YouTube, I think it would still count for tech. It would still count for security. The Linux side of things, like they might want you to have a little more experience, but I think if you can show that you've been working in it and you show that you understand it well, I think people would give you a shot, 100%. I really do think you can get a shot if you just kind of can prove that you're, I mean, at the end of the day, what do they want? They want somebody who can configure their systems and somebody who can troubleshoot their systems. Those are the two things that these guys want, and that's what I would tell you to do. Focus on how I can set things up and build them, and how I understand them, and then how I troubleshoot them and get them back working again. Those would be my focus areas for you, especially if you have 8 years experience in IT. Because it's different in Linux, but it's the same in that it's the same, like if you're doing ITIL in Windows or ITIL in Linux, it's the same. It's just the processes and things you're doing are different. So you just really have to show that you understand the Linux, and should be able to get over in there. Should be able to get some jobs over there. So all right, let's see. We are sitting here. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on down in Twitch. Did somebody else pop on Twitch? Oh, those are all me. All right. I thought somebody else might have been streaming. We could have went and raided them. How's Ranger doing? Still doing Ranger stuff. Let's close down Ranger Cam. Can we pull down? How do we feel about Linux Plus? I never hear anything about it. Colchis, I think any cert like that would be good to show that you have a basic understanding. I have no problem with Linux Plus. I will tell you, Linux Plus is much more like you're just answering questions, right? There's no hands-on. It's not like an LPI, or what's the one, not LPI, but what's the one, is it LPIC? What's the one that Linux Foundation runs that is all hands-on? I think that one's a little more hands-on, but I mean, like, either way you're going to have to study. Either way you're going to have to make sure you know those things well. And then, yeah, you just go hammer it out and get it. I think anything, like, if you guys ever hear me talk about, like, getting a job, my ideas about it are like this. You want as many positive differentiators on your resume as you can. And what do I mean by positive differentiator? LFCS, yeah. So what a positive differentiator would be like this. Having a degree. Like having a bachelor's degree in computer science. That's obviously a positive differentiator. But not everybody can get that. So that's fine. That's one of them. And some organizations are going to weigh heavily towards that. But not all of them are. Some are going to look at you having certs and having experience more than that. So you just want positive differentiators. And then if you have projects and if you have certs and any of these things that can show that you are, like, because at the end of the day, they're going to have like one position open. They're going to have 5 people to pick. And they have to make a cut somewhere before they interview the next 2 people. And what you need to do is make sure that you're one of those people in the cut. And you can do that by, either being extraordinary in your interview or having positive differentiators on your resume. So You don't want negative differentiators. You don't want to tell them about your felonies or anything like that, right? Those kind of things. Those are all negative differentiators, and those can get you cut easier. So these are the kind of things that I would think about as I was putting together a resume. We were doing some resume reviews. People were asking about them down in the Discord recently, and we were doing some reviews and stuff. So I don't mind doing those. I think, did somebody actually post one the other day? I think another one might have gotten posted. Let's see. And I haven't been through it yet. No, I haven't seen a new one yet. I do that to my wife all the time right here. This look. I made her watch that movie just so I could show her that look all the time. She asked me stuff and I'm like, I love it. James Franco, pretty funny. Yeah, people were showing some of their resumes and we were giving them advice and stuff. So, all right. No. All right. So, obviously obviously Discord is a pop-in place right now, so you can hang out down there if you guys want to talk trash or talk shop or whatever. Yeah, I don't have any other tooling I want to do in the home lab right now, but we'll get in there and we'll build some more stuff up as we go. Actually, there are a couple things we could check. So we added some stuff. How much space did we use? Well, we didn't use too much. I shouldn't have done that here, so I got rid of it, and then we could just www container delete. Yeah, so see how it deleted it out of here in the varlib werewolf ch roots because it's not part of the cluster anymore. And then I got rid of the alma.tar, which is how we brought it in, because we need to make sure that our image is OCI compliant. So we'll have to either build an image that's OCI compliant by putting systemd in it, or we have to find one out in the world. And I think those Kali ones might be OCI compliant, so we could run those. So we should be able to run these. So if we wanted to, we could. That must have been where I was putting. Oh, I was putting like CentOS and stuff in here. I think I was messing around with CentOS 7, but in here I could do podman. So Control R podman, and we would change this to Kali.tar, and then we would do this one right here, right? Oh, is there more to, hold on, docker pull dmisto/oci. So we're gonna hit control. Oops. I want to see that again. I want to grab this. Oop. Control C, and then I want to do. I don't know. latest would be the same as this, and nothing would be the same as this too. So yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That's not that big a deal. Alright, well, let's see. We can go find somebody to raid. Go see what's going on out in the world. See what other people are doing out here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to hop up on the Discord and hang out with other engineers. Let's see if there's anybody worth raiding out there. What is everybody doing? Hikaru's on, he's playing games. Baru's on, he's playing games. Let's see if there's anybody in the same category as us. And what are they doing if they are? See if anybody's raided us. Oh! Go right over here. Here we go. Go ahead all hazard. Alright guys, our raid message is just do all the Linux if you want to do that, and I will see some of you guys probably tomorrow. It's also Veterans Day tomorrow, so I will see you guys. Take care.